It is now 8:40, and we will get started with the city attorney interviews. We have facilitator Greg Durden here he will be facilitating for today, and I'll let him go ahead and get started.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
First of all, it's not my job to tell you what to do, okay? It's not my job. My job is to help you wherever I can, okay? Now, if you look at your little booklet, this is really good, though, what they put together for you. Here's an interview guide in your book. And I'm impressed with this. I really am. This is very good. And it tells you sort of what you can and cannot do. And I'm sure you all probably know this, but there are certain questions you cannot ask an applicant. You can't ask questions involving, race, sex, family, kids, those kind of things you just can't ask an applicant. And this breaks down what you can and cannot do. I think it's very, very good. Okay. So take a second, look at that, please.
And that's the tab behind the tab that says interview guidelines.
I'm a trial lawyer by profession. That's what I do. I've tried a number of cases, almost everything you can think of I've tried. Some of the leading cases in Florida I have tried. Cases involving public records, for example, property taxation, for example, I've done.
Can't hear.
You can hear? I'm sorry. What?
Might have to keep it
Oh, okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a trial lawyer, that's what I do, and I've tried a number of different cases. I've tried almost everything you can think of, I've tried. I used to be a prosecuting attorney. I ran the Civil Rights Division statewide. I have my own private practice where I do a lot of different kinds of things, including civil rights kind of work as well. I'm more than happy to, if you have any questions of me legally, I'm more than happy to answer them for you, okay? I know a lot of city attorney types, people who have done a lot of municipal work. And there are so many different disciplines in law until no one person will know it all. Okay, so don't expect it from the applicant. I would ask you to look for candor in the applicant to see whether they're trustworthy and honest to you. I don't know how much interaction you have with lawyers at all. I don't know, but I just want to say this to you. We are trained to think differently. And sometimes it comes across as being a little bit arrogant, and it's really not. We just, our minds operate differently. So if you get a response back that you think may be a little bit different than what you expect, lawyers think differently. Okay?
Everybody thinks.
So those are the basic format as a one interview sheet here. Any questions about that? No.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think it's also important to know from the applicants who is board certified. There's a designation in Florida for people who do this kind of work to be certified.
When
And
you
also,
say board certified, you're talking about board certified as a trial lawyer?
no, board certified in municipal law. There are various categories of certification, okay? And you want to know what kind of certification they have, right? How it works is that you take these exams, and the bar certifies you in a certain area. That's how it works. You also want to know about the candidates' involvement with the local bar associations, because the lawyer will have to deal with the local attorneys. So it's important to know how that person can get along with other lawyers in town. So that's important to know as well, too.
Question.
Yes, sure.
It may not be for you per se, but the notebook that we have, are we turning this back in, or is this for us to keep? Ms. Eureka or Karen?
So The notebook, you will have, on the first page of each, where you see each applicant's name, so those notes are for you, that they have the questions, and then you can take notes. Now, of course, they will become, you okay, Mayor? Public record, but you can keep the notebooks.
All right,
And
thanks.
then
What will become public records?
your notes, if you
Yes.
write them down, they become a public record.
If you write them on this paper, anywhere,
If you write them on this paper.
yeah.
Now, if you, and you can assist, now, if you write them in your own personal, I guess, composition book in a draft form, then they don't become, I don't think they become a public record, because I take a lot of notes, and I don't think so. If you can clarify,
Yeah, it will become.
it will?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, yes,
so it
yes,
will become a public
So
record.
wherever we write it, it's a public record.
Yes.
Yes.
Why is this different from any other note that we take during, our council meetings?
It's not different. It's not.
How do you know that I'm taking notes during the council meeting?
We don't know, but it doesn't really matter. I had, one of the county commissioners in Broward County got sued for having notes that she was taking, and when the reporter asked for the notes, she didn't want to give the notes up. I had to defend her in court. So, we got out of it, but, you know, but,
We'll call you.
Yeah, because,
but yes, and you
Not
want
gonna
to,
be bullet that
you,
long.
you know, you really don't want to create an issue when there's no need to create one.
No, that wasn't
you-
the
you-
intent.
You're gonna, you're gonna know when you're gonna get a sense of these people, you are. And you're gonna kind of know who's 1, 2, and 3, pretty much. You're gonna know that. You know, and if you want to take notes, fine, that's fine. But you'll know though.
I have a question.
Sure, sure.
Most of us have grown up here or either moved here. I've been here since 1987. 3 of the candidates I know personally.
Okay,
You know, I'm also a pastor, as you probably can see, that 3 of them have been to my church several times.
okay.
Been in meetings with 3 of them, different organizations. I know in court, many times a judge will recuse himself, is that the word?
Yeah, yeah,
If
yes.
he feels one way or the other, but my question is not that, because I don't think I need to do that, because all of us would have to do that. But my question is, if you have a personal relationship, or if you've known someone personally through the years, through whatever,
Yeah.
do you have to, or should you state that on the record?
Yes, you should. Let it be known you know that person, but it's not important for you to recuse yourself, though.
Right, but you should state on the record,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
yeah,
this
sure,
person.
sure,
And
yeah,
that's it?
yeah.
You don't have to say how long and all that?
Right.
Okay.
Let me say this. If the average of us knows all of them that are from Palm Beach County.
Okay.
So the only people we don't know are the people that's from out of state.
Okay.
So what does that mean?
Well, it doesn't mean a whole lot. I mean, but you just want to just make it known you know the person, and it doesn't mean you have to recuse yourself now. But if you disclose it, then everybody will know you know the person. So it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. But I think it's important that you disclose it, though.
Okay.
And what do we define as no? The no of them?
Say again?
I said, what are we defining as no? Just no of them? Friends, hang out?
Well, I mean, no one, as he said,
Personal
to have a relationship with the person. I'm sure you'll know a lot of people, but you don't have a relationship with them where it's going to affect your judgment as to
Right.
how you decide.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, and again, that begs this question. We know them, don't have a relationship with them, I'm talking, with not a person, and knowing them don't mean I have a personal relationship.
Right, right.
I know of you because you are the attorney for so-and-so. I know you because you know, because you lived for
Right.
50 years like me.
Right.
But doesn't mean, you know, we don't vacation, we don't shop, we
Right.
don't go out, we don't eat
Right,
lunch.
right, right,
But
right,
I still know you.
yeah. If it's
So
going
what
to,
does that mean?
if it's going to appear as if you're going to be influenced because you know the person, then,
It's
just
cheaper
go-
to
yeah,
go ahead and just say
Yeah.
you know him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And- Yeah.
Or if you had any legal dealings with the person.
Yeah.
You definitely want to,
sure, sure,
take that on the record.
sure, sure, sure.
Which I haven't, so I'm
Yeah.
good.
But, you know, but the standard for recusing the judge is really high. It's a hard
Pardon me?
standard to prove, to recuse a judge.
Oh, I know,
It's-
I
it's-
know.
It's tough, it's tough.
I know
It's
it's
tough, yeah, it's tough.
So if you work with someone, or if you have a personal relationship with
Yeah,
someone,
yeah.
it needs to be stated on the
Yeah,
record.
sure, yeah.
And
And
it's
so,
not-
and so the other members will know too.
Come back up, yeah,
They'll know too,
Right.
your relationship with the person, so that's,
Go through this shit.
so they'll know,
Riviera,
yeah.
okay.
Okay. No, we have 50 minutes for each applicant. I'm not sure you're gonna need all that time, though. That's up to you, if you want more time or not, that's up to you. Okay,
We have 50 minutes for each applicant.
yeah.
Right, so,
I don't think you'll need that much time. If you do,
not
then
change
fine, yeah. You do, then
it
fine.
can't change, right?
No,
Right,
we're not
okay.
changing it.
Right, and they can't get more.
Right,
Right.
no.
Okay.
I just thought you were saying we might not use it all.
Well, it's up to them if they use it all. I mean, it depends on how long they talk.
Or how long it's 5 of us, 5 times 10 is 50.
But we can only ask a question, and there's no further discussion from us other than us asking a question, right? Is
Well, you
that
can
the
have
form-
follow-up
A
questions.
follow-up question.
Oh, we're doing follow-ups?
sure.
Okay, so can we go over what we're doing in terms of that?
Yes, if you'd like to.
Okay. Okay. So how does that,
Now,
what's
now,
the format?
if I think you're gonna get in trouble, I'm gonna stop you, okay?
Well,
So-
Please.
well, that for me is not the issue. It's what if all of us want to have a follow-up, and how long do we go with the follow-up? And
That's up,
If
that's
we're
up to
sticking
you,
with
but
50
the
minutes,
Interview is
how-
50 minutes, so it's up to you.
Yeah.
I think
What you
that
do,
we
how you
should,
do it.
You know, we know that we have 50 minutes, so we just should be mindful when we're following up, not to drag it out into.
Particularly if they don't use all the 50 minutes, right?
but explain, okay, so we ask, the person asks question one.
Okay,
The person answers it.
okay,
And if question one was mine,
okay.
everyone's going to have an opportunity to follow up with that question, or is it just
No,
me coming?
The person who asked the question.
Unless, I mean, are you're saying like,
That's really up to you, too.
Well, the reason, you don't want to leave it up to us, because, then the reason I say that is because if we're each asking a question, they answer, still keeping in mind, the clock is still running for the 50 minutes, right? So we're eating up their time for them to get to the others. If we start asking a bunch of additional questions, even though it's in the same vein of that question that was asked,
Yeah.
where does that lead us to?
Do we want to
Right.
just,
I think we just gotta use common sense and try to be a little bit more, conscious and deliberate about what we do. Because say you say something and, you ask a question, then you follow up, and I listen, and I'm not really hearing what I wanna hear based on your question. I might wanna
I
add
need-
something, and that, I think that's where it goes.
I will advise that you all be very mindful of your follow-up questions. Each applicant needs to be treated the same, or be given the same opportunity to respond to any questions. So be very mindful and limited in your follow-up questions, because you may ask questions of applicant A that will not be asked of applicant C or D. And that's, and those applicants may see that as a disadvantage to them. So really be very mindful and limited with your follow-up
Let me,
questions.
to that point, let me say this.
Yeah,
Every applicant can't expect to get the same question.
that's right.
There's been interviews, every applicant panels that I've been on, every applicant don't always get the same question.
But I'm just saying to be mindful of it. You don't want to dig deeper in applicant A, as whereas applicant C or D, you don't give that out, you don't do that deep digging deeper.
But I think what,
The only way that I can see that that might become a problem, say, if I start, if somebody
it all
says,
depends on
well,
the
I
answer.
left my firm because she didn't like the color of my eyes, then, and we start drilling down what was the original color and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So the same question come back here, and we don't drill down as deep on a personal question.
Well, you
then
wouldn't be
that-
be getting into personal questions. I'm
Yeah,
Ms.
but
Hubbard, but what I'm saying is, if you're asking a question
you the
on
wrong example. I
redevelopment,
shouldn't have given
if
you-
you're
I shouldn't have
talking
given
about
you the
redevelopment, and the person, and you dig into that redevelopment and you ask whatever question about redevelopment, well, because you have been broadened by applicant A, so when applicant B, C, and D comes up and they talk about redevelopments, all of your questions have been answered, and applicants B or C may have an input, may have a perspective to add that the others did not, that you
Can I make
did
a
not state.
suggestion?
I see what you're saying.
Just because of the format of them having the 50 minutes, we have the 5 questions. If my memory serves me correct, typically, we just ask the questions that are in the book, and then maybe at the end, ask them if they have anything else they would like to add to it, if they have the time left. Because I think if we all start asking these follow-up questions, we're going to run out of time, and then they may not have enough time to finish up the other, to do all of their questions. If we take the time to do these follow-ups, if we're going to give basically 10 minutes per question, say they take 8 minutes for answering their questions, and then we take another 10 minutes with follow-up questions, that's,
But they should be though, but the first question is gonna be the role of the city attorney and what experience do you have as in that area? That should answer a lot of your questions. It really should.
I agree.
Good. And you give the person a chance to elaborate on that person's experience. So that should really answer most of your questions then. So once you hear that question then, and hear the response to the question, then you may have a follow-up question to that. But pretty much though, that's gonna answer your question.
and that's exactly what I was thinking, and I guess I'm saying the same thing that everyone else is saying, but for me, it's going to be how they answer a question. If they answer a question and open a door,
Yeah.
that I needed to ask a follow-up because they went into another area. Like let's just say, I'm gonna use this example, they graduate, the bio or the resume may say they graduate from UCLA, and then they say, well, but I also went to USC. I may want to ask a question about that because it wasn't listed, So it all depends from me how they answer a question. If they open a door, and if it's important for me to know about that door, then I won't ask it. But that's just for me,
I have a question.
And if
about-
depending
you-
on how they answer the question. Thank you.
I have a question about one of the candidates. The only candidate that I can see that is proposing to utilize the services of a firm is Lindsay Green Oyewale.
Yes.
Is it appropriate to ask her about the relationship we might have with the firm?
Yes.
Is it appropriate to ask her about the distance she might be traveling
Yes.
from
Yes.
Orlando?
Yes.
And-
Or is it inappropriate to ask her about whether or not she would be residing?
Resigning from the firm.
Yeah, yes, no, that's just fine, that's fine. With these firms, you don't really know how much experience she has from her resume. You don't know, they tell you that. They're saying they're gonna appoint somebody to serve as the city attorney from that firm, okay? So it's not real clear as to her experience and background.
An extent, yeah.
Well, she's a, let me see this. Okay, she's been there for 16 years.
Hey, Chanel, good morning.
She's a partner in the firm, and she's been there for 16 years.
Yes.
So my question, really, what I don't want to do is err on the side of getting too personal with regard to her ability to be here, present in Riviera Beach, if her
Gotcha.
firm is located in Orlando.
Yes.
I'm enamored of the fact that she brings a firm.
Yeah,
But what I'm concerned about is the distance between here and her law firm in Orlando. What I don't want to do is risk asking a personal question about her residency.
okay,
Is she applying as a
How-
firm or is
how-
she applying as
she's
an
applying-
individual?
yeah,
The firm, well, it says the firm proposes to principally utilize the services of partner Lindsay Oyewale to service the legal needs of Riviera Beach. So this is
Yeah.
the firm.
right.
No.
I know.
We're not looking
That's
for a
why I'm
firm.
asking, that's why I'm asking this
So does that
question.
disqualify her?
That's for HR. That's a question for HR, why are they in the palace?
Pardon me?
So I'm asking that question intentionally so as to determine whether or not we can ask her,
Yeah.
will she be situated here
Okay.
as a
That's a fair question.
partner
That's a fair
of that
question to
firm?
ask.
And is
It
that
is.
a legitimate question
Yes, it
to
is.
ask when my
It is,
turn
it is.
comes? I'll
And
ask it.
two, with some of these firms sometimes, they'll switch out lawyers to be your city attorney, so be careful of that as well, too.
Right,
Hold it, hold it,
so
hold it.
that,
Wait, no,
that's
wait,
another
wait, wait.
question.
Yeah.
Will your firm dedicate you as our city attorney, and will that ever change? You know, if
Yeah.
we're gonna hire her as our city attorney, and she's still working for that law firm, there are numerous questions with regard to hiring her as part of the law firm. Will we have the services of the firm in other regards? I mean,
Yeah.
I think that could be attractive for
Yeah,
us.
yeah, okay.
I think she should be disqualified, because if we were not,
We're a
if
little
we,
late in the game, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
but if we were not asking for a firm, which I've always said, I wanted a firm from day one, but what the councils decided that they were going to not go with any firm, that kind of relationship, just for the individual, so maybe that question that should come into play, or maybe the council should discuss whether or not that disqualifies her from even being in this process. So I don't know which way, I mean,
Mr. Mayor, you're saying that at some point the council decided that they were not gonna go with the firm?
yes,
We never,
Just gonna go with the,
Which,
individual?
We were looking for an individual
Yes.
attorney.
we
not-
get
were,
that.
but
I
we,
get-
looking for a firm.
we weren't looking for a firm, but we didn't actually say we would
Right,
disqualify.
right, it's not in the, it's,
And
What I've read does not say that
again,
at all.
Okay.
That begs
Okay.
the question.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying,
Okay.
were we clear
We-
on that? Because I know it was clear even in our last, revision, that they were saying that the city would be allowed to use. And so I didn't know if that's how that got in.
I'm fine with
Before
it.
we asked the question, I wanted us to be clear about what did we ask them initially.
okay. Okay, all right.
I have one more.
All right,
It's-
let's
it's
do
getting
it.
close to-
Bring 'em in.
Okay,
Yeah.
just one quick question.
I'm still uncomfortable.
The other time that, I guess if we don't get the question answered here, when we're having lunch, are we free to walk up to someone and say, I just want to ask you this at lunch?
I wouldn't do that.
Okay,
and if you all don't mind,
Yes.
thank you.
if you would write down your follow-up questions, and we can ask them at the end after all questions have been, 6 questions have been answered, and then your follow-up questions, we do it at the end. That way we'll see that we,
Call them back in?
no. Before the interview ends, we'll
With
look
that
at the
person.
time and do the follow-up questions, because we want to get all the questions answered, because each one of you think, all these questions are important, so we want to get them answered. And then at the end, you do your follow-up questions.
So I'll
If we
ask
have
her
time.
about the firm at the end.
At the end, right.
If
right.
it's all within that 50 minutes.
All within that 50 minutes.
Some people may not get
Important
their
question.
follow-up questions answered.
Right,
That's my
Do the
point.
play it by ear?
Yeah.
You ready?
yeah.
That's the trouble we're gonna
Ready?
Do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good.
Are we going, Karen, are we going in alphabetical order, or you've already selected who's first?
They're in, you have your notebook?
Yes, of
Corey
course.
Smith is first.
Who's asking, someone's gonna ask Mr. Davis question?
I mean, if you want to ask a question, I can do it if you want me to.
Yeah.
If you want to do it.
I can do
I
it.
don't, no, I don't wanna do it. I was just asking, have we made
Are you gonna do
arrangements
it?
for somebody to do
Okay.
I mean,
it?
it doesn't matter. Yeah, I can do it. Morning, 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 morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Smith,
Yes, sir.
my name is Greg Durden. I'm going to facilitate this whole process. I'm an attorney from Broward County.
Hey, how are you, Mr. Durden?
Good, good, good,
Morning
good,
to you.
good. Mr. Smith, the first question for you is, how do you see the role of city attorney, and what experience and qualifications you have to do the job?
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. What do you see as a role of the city attorney? And
Okay, okay.
what? Sure, sure, yeah, yeah.
That way we can go.
Yeah, yeah. Otherwise, it's like, who that yelling? Who that voice be mine?
Go to Corey Smith's name, come back one page, go
I can see anywhere.
Ms. Eureka, can I have some of that yellow paper since Mrs. Smith
Yeah, she
seems to
can
have
just
his
take
on?
it. I got 2 pads. I didn't realize they were written on there.
Okay, all right, sure, sure.
Other applicants may not have one, so I'll just take them.
Somebody keeping time. She got it. I'm just saying.
Start asking questions.
But you gotta break out, this is not the school district. Corporate America and other governments don't operate like that. That's the most
Send a
dysfunctional
message
place
here
that
that
I've
we'll be
ever
able
seen
to
is the
see
school
your
district.
input. Feel free to come.
Nobody can read my
Beginning
writing
with the
anyway.
first candidate.
I don't care what they think.
I think they need to be audited and
He has it, everything she did was short and so funny.
Just for you to know we're live on Facebook.
All right.
It's Mike's.
Okay. Good, good, good.
Yes.
The first question is, what do you see as a role of the city attorney? And explain to us your experience and background that qualifies you to do this job.
Okay. Good morning, members of the council. As you know, I'm Corey Smith. I'm a local attorney here. I've been practicing for just about 20 years right here in Palm Beach County. Most of my work experience has been in government, either from a private perspective or from a government role. I believe the role of the city attorney is to provide legal advice to you first and foremost as a council, and to assist you with the everyday legal issues that you encounter with respect to the 13 departments that you serve, and to basically keep you out of trouble, and to, when that trouble does arise, to defend you. Also to provide advice to you, either in a corporate setting, through attorney-client sessions, or individual advice through, coming to the office and sitting down and talking about any issues you might have. Drafting and reviewing ordinances, reviewing other documents with respect to procurement, and things of that nature. Also, the role of the city attorney is to monitor the outside counsels that you employ to do other work on behalf of the city. With respect to my qualifications, again, I've been practicing here for 19, almost 20 years, right here in Palm Beach County. I worked as an associate with the school district for 2 stints. Obviously, that's also an elected deliberative body, just like yourselves. And I also currently, in my private practice, provide counsel and representation to charter school boards, which are pretty similar to the regular school board, except that they are not an elective body. However, they have to deal with public records laws, sunshine law, the Florida Code of Ethics, rules with respect to procurement, employment. So I do deal with those from a private perspective in my own practice. Let's see, in my first stint at the district, I was an associate counsel for academics. We dealt with everything from, I implemented the student expulsion process because at the time, there wasn't specific due process for students who were recommended for expulsion. So we trained local attorneys to actually serve as hearing officers, and I implemented that process. I also participated in writing a lot of the policies with respect to the discipline of students for the school district right here in Palm Beach County, including the, I don't think they do it anymore, but it was the alternative to suspension rule, which means that we didn't suspend to the streets, we suspended to a facility so that kids wouldn't lose the days and lose the education. I also participated in, I actually drafted the current charter schools policy that's in use at the school district. It took months and months of preparation, and I also helped to write the state board rule that the state of Florida uses right now with respect to charter schools. We did a number of workshops throughout the state with other school board attorneys. So I have a lot of experience in doing the policy drafting, and implementation of those. I'm very familiar with the Administrative Procedures Act with respect to that as well. In my second stint, I was an associate for administrative and regulatory compliance, specifically relating to charter schools. Again, and I'll thank posthumously my former boss, Mr. Gerald Williams, who is, if you live in this community, you know who he is, who had the foresight to say, you know, Corey, I want you to be able to do everything. So I'm going to put you in charge of the charter school work, and I didn't know what a charter school was at the time. But coming to realize that it encompasses almost every aspect of the law that you have to deal with respect to, like I said before, anywhere from employment, litigation, risk management, procurement, all those issues charter schools have to deal with. So I was in charge of doing that work. And again, once I left the district 7 years ago, I started my own private practice, and I do that still on behalf of my charter clients. I also am a member of the Thousand Oaks CDD, which is an elected position, which actually, you know, gives me a perspective similar to what the council has to deal with respect to dealing with budgets, needing legal counsel. So I can see it from from the client's perspective, having to deal with legal issues. And I've also sat on the Inlet Grove. I sit on their board currently. So I actually have experience, again, from that side of the dais with respect to having to, you know, enact a budget, figure out policies, and again, request advice from our attorney. So that's pretty much the experience that I do have.
Okay. Do you have any certifications?
Not special certifications, no, but I have not taken the certification review course for city, county, local, but that's something that I would be willing to pursue.
Okay. Could you describe for us your relationship with the local bar associations?
Which one?
Either one.
I'm currently not a member of the Palm Beach County Bar Association. However, I am a member of the F. Malcolm Cunningham Bar Association. Yeah. I've always been a member of that association pretty much since I've been here. I've served in various roles with that organization. I was secretary once upon a time. Didn't want to really be in the president's chair because we've always had good people willing to serve in that role. But I've always been active in the Cunningham Bar. Always been active in the Cunningham Bar Association.
Okay. Okay. Members.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
The City of Riviera Beach City Attorney has the unique position of serving on behalf of the city, serving at the pleasure of the City Council, and serving alongside the City Manager as a peer. Please describe a situation in your legal career where you had to present data in various forms to various audiences with varying interests. How did you ensure your success, and what would you have done differently to best meet the needs of your various stakeholders and/or clients?
Well, when you mean just a presentation of information and facts And then, I just want to clarify the question because it's pretty broad.
Can you speak a little bit?
So the question is broad. I just wanted to get some clarification with respect to, I think I can handle it. Let's see. So, as an associate with the district, what happens when charter schools or prospective charter schools apply for a charter from the district? We have to go before a committee, or the application is broken down into I think it was 22 sections, and it goes to 22 to the departments within the district. Then we all bring it back, and it's evaluated, and then it comes to the legal department for review to see if it meets the standards. I have actually sat through several of those meetings and sat with the charter schools, the director of charter schools, which was the administrative head at the time. Well, they still have one, I'm sorry. The director of charter schools, and we present that information to the school district and make a recommendation as to whether or not the application should be approved or denied. And then the prospective charter school actually has the right to appeal that decision. So he said, so the various audiences would be not only the different departments, but also the school district as a whole. And how do we ensure success? We went over things with a fine-tooth comb, and when we had disagreements, we worked them out and came to consensus on what the recommendation should be. And if the recommendation came out that it was a denial and the charter school would appeal, I was the one who prepared the appeal and went to Tallahassee to argue for the Charter Schools Appeals Commission, and we all worked together in concert to do that. So that's another audience, the Florida Charter Schools Appeals Commission, and then the State Board of Education, and the State Board of Education as a final arbiter of the issue. I'm trying to think of other I mean, obviously I've tried tens of cases to juries and that is probably some of the most stressful work that an attorney can do. I've had at least 50 jury trials in my former life as an assistant public defender and out here in private practice doing criminal defense on my own, but I didn't mention that because it's typically outside of the litigation experience. This subject matter is not the subject of what I'd have to deal with here at the city. But yes, I've had several jury trials to verdict, over 50.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mrs. Smith.
Good morning.
What experience do you have with labor law, land use, construction laws, environmental law, and also economic development projects?
All right, well, this would lead into the question that most applicants have to evaluate, which is, what are your shortcomings? And that's I have to be honest and come to terms with my shortcomings. I don't know it all. I'm not an attorney who practices every area. So I do have experience with labor laws. I've tried and litigated cases to the Department of Administrative Hearings up in Tallahassee with respect to employee discipline on behalf of the school district. I've had some experience with charters in my private practice, but it didn't get to the level of having to go to a DOA hearing. We always resolved them. Land use and construction, I don't do that type of work. I would assume that that's handled by outside counsel and also with environmental as well and economic development. So I don't have any specific experience with those areas. However, yeah, I'm pretty sure that the city does use outside counsel on land use, because I've actually had some colleagues out of Broward call me about it, as to whether with respect to who should they contact. But I do have some experience with labor and employment.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How will you balance the cost of providing quality legal advice to the city and minimize the use of outsourcing legal services?
Okay. Thank you for that question. That's one of the things that a city council or a school district or any governmental body has to determine with respect to legal services. Some want to use to go totally outside and use private firms for all their legal work. I don't necessarily think that that's the right way to do things. I think there needs to be a good mix between having a staff in-house and using outside counsel. So the question is how do you balance it? Right now, from what I understand, you all have two attorneys on staff and staff to support them. I would actually look at the budget and see how many outside counsel we have providing all the legal services and see if we can't constrict that in a way such as to create another position within the office that we can bring some of the work back in-house, because that's always a cost-saving measure, because obviously you're not paying by the hour, and some law firms charge in excess of $300-400 an hour to do legal work, whereas if you had another person on staff and you could pull those resources in from the outside work that's already been billed out, you'll save money and get the work done as well. So it will be a good balance if we could add another person and get those funds from what's already going out.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Smith. and
Good morning.
Thank you for applying for this position.
Thank you.
I wonder if you could talk a little bit about whether or not, if your legal opinion differed from the beliefs of the board members or council members, how would you handle that situation? If there were council members who felt one way about a situation and you felt another way, how would you handle it?
I've actually dealt with this situation before. My role as city attorney is to provide you with the advice that you need. It's your job to make the administrative decision. I can only provide you with the legal ramifications of what your decision would be one way or the other. I had a specific instance with a school down in Miami-Dade where they wanted to get rid of a particular board member wanted to get rid of the one consultant that was pretty much responsible for the existence of their school. And I was of the opinion that the school would not exist and was entering a renewal period where they would need that consultant to actually get the school renewed. So I disagreed with my board member and tried to provide that advice. I gave the advice that, if you do this, then it's probably a likelihood that the school will not be renewed because there's nobody else around that knows the school, that's intimate enough with the school to actually, rewrite the renewal application and present the information to the school district in a manner that would get the contract renewed. That board member was very unhappy with me for being that way. But I provided the advice, and that's part of a lawyer's job, is to give the advice that you don't want to hear sometimes. And so I would give that advice, give you the ramifications of each way of each course of action, and then it's up to the board member or council member to actually make the administrative decision and live with the results. But always still remaining right there to counsel and advise and perhaps litigate if necessary based on the outcome of the decision that they make. Just as a conclusion to the story, the school got renewed. The vendor stayed on, and the school remains successful to this day. And the board member and I have repaired our relationship, and we're good. But again, those are things that you have to do. Practicing criminal work is similar to giving advice that people don't want to hear, because a lot of times, I have to advise that, hey, look, it's either you take this deal or there's a likelihood that you're going to spend a lot of time in prison, and you have to go through the facts and the evidence that apply the law and come to a reasonable conclusion. And a lot of times, clients aren't satisfied with that. They're not happy with that, but it's the advice that you have to give, and that's part of being an attorney. You have to be what we like to call socially as a real friend, because a real friend will tell you what you don't want to hear.
Councilperson Davis. I'll read numbers 5, Councilperson Terrence Davis's question. Please explain all governmental and litigation experience that you have and list the organizations and the capacity that you served in.
Okay, I've done some of that already, but to recap, I've been an associate with the school district for 2 stints, one as an associate for academics and student issues, and another time as an associate for administrative and regulatory compliance. You say government, I guess you can call the public defender's office a governmental organization, it's quasi at least. And that's where I got most of my trial experience from, having tried at least 50 cases to verdict before a jury, and I don't know how many non-juries, it's probably in the hundreds. And I currently, in my private practice, work with a number of charter schools around the state with respect to providing them advice and litigating if they need it. And also, I serve on a couple elective bodies. Well, not elected. One's elected. One is a board member. So, I've already kind of summarized that. But
Yes, sir. Good
Morning.
How are you?
good.
Do you have any experience working with major redevelopment projects?
In a word, no.
that's fine.
When you say major
Major or minor? Any redevelopment projects? I threw major in.
that
Big
hasn't
projects.
that hasn't been the subject of my practice.
Thank you.
I've had experience in the community lobbying on behalf of redevelopment projects, but no,
Thank you.
not specific legal experience.
Are there any follow-up questions, sir?
One, under labor law, when you talk about from an HR department, what are the different areas in an HR department that your legal expertise cover? Thank you. And I guess I can be more specific, Mr. Smith. Your involvement with civil service boards or the collateral board that would be in the governmental agencies. So for example, we have civil service boards on this side of the aisle. I don't know what board that would be at the district. So your involvement with those type of boards.
Well, at the district, there was basically a division of labor with respect to practice areas. So you had 2 attorneys working in administrative and regulatory compliance. You had 2 attorneys working in academics. You had 2 attorneys working in labor and employment. So specific to that question, I was not the specific attorney for labor and employment. However, as the administrative and regulatory compliance associate, what I would do is kind of, to use a colloquialism, I would back cleanup. Meaning that if there was overflow, if they needed help, I would take on the cases that they couldn't handle. So a lot of the cases dealt with employee discipline and termination. And because I had specific litigation experience, I would actually litigate those to the Department of Administrative Hearings. The bargaining units, with collective bargaining and union and all that kind of work was actually in a different department. It wasn't in the legal department, so I didn't deal with that.
Yeah, no, and mine is more to the area that you just spoke of. Employment, discipline, civil service board, or on behalf of the employee or whatever. So,
From a private perspective, I don't generally take cases that are employment termination cases or employee discipline cases. I have a person that I refer those to. But with respect to having litigated the employee termination cases, I've done several of those, anywhere from sitting in predetermination meetings to, helping the administrator go through whatever the allegations are against a particular employee and seeing how that violates either the contract or the Education Practices Commission. I think that's the term. I think that's the agency up in Tallahassee that regulates teacher licenses and that kind of thing. And then all the way down to determining what recommendation to make to the school board, and then after that, litigating it should the employee appeal.
okay, good.
Thank you. I have follow-up questions, a couple. Attorney, you mentioned that you were a member of the Cunningham Bar
Yes.
Association. How long have you been a member?
19 years?
Okay. Are most members of the Cunningham Bar also members of the Palm Beach County Bar Association? Most.
No,
Most are not.
no.
And my question is any,
Because the membership in Cunningham Bar Association can either be, it could either be, it's loose. In other words, if you haven't paid your dues, you can still be a member. You just hadn't paid your dues. So to answer the question, if you're talking about dues paying members, I actually don't know the answer to that question. However, I do know that a lot of members that I know are not members of the Palm Beach County Bar.
Well,
Many
that's-
are, but not, I wouldn't be able to give you a
a ratio?
percentage.
Well, that's my question.
Yeah, I
My
wouldn't be able to give
follow-up
you a
is,
percentage.
can you tell me why you're not a member of the standard, the county association, the bar?
I wouldn't call the county bar
Whatever you wanna
association a
call it.
standard.
Whatever you want to call it.
It's
I'm
just,
good.
it's just a choice in membership. I've been a member of the Palm Beach County Bar Association on several occasions. And this year I just chose not to do it.
Okay.
Just,
And-
just nothing personal, nothing, it's
Okay.
just, I just didn't do it this year.
That's fine. And also, I may have missed it, but was out for a minute. Are you a member, a lifetime member of the NAACP or Urban League? I know social work that you have been in the community for many
No,
years.
the work that I do, with respect to social organizations, I'm a member of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. So a lot of the work that we do in the community.
College, yes.
Yeah.
You're not a member of the NAACP.
I was in the past when Ms. Bowie was still alive, but
Okay.
since she passed on, no, I'm not.
Thank you.
Anything else at all? Mr. Smith, is something that you'd like to add? We have time for you left, and,
Just kind of like a summation type of
yeah,
thing?
if you want to, yes.
Yeah, sure, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the council and the staff for allowing me the opportunity to be here before you for the position of your city attorney. As you all know, I'm a lifelong member here, a lifelong member of this community. My permanent residence in my 47 years has never been outside of the area code of 33404. So I've always been in Riviera Beach with the exception of the 7 years of college and law school. I returned to this community because I have a love for it. I went to Morehouse College undergrad, and one of the charters that they gave us was to go home and make better in your communities. A lot of people leave here, they want to go to Atlanta, they want to go to Charlotte, they want to go to Texas. I wanted to come home. So I saw that there are opportunities here to make a life. My wife is actually from Broward County. She's up here as opposed to being in her home in Broward County. This city is on the move and this city is growing. So, this is pretty much, and I've said this to people, and I don't mind saying it publicly. I like doing my private practice. It's always been a dream of mine. It was the dream that I had when I decided to become a lawyer when I was 16 years old. However, this is probably a unique opportunity to be the city attorney in my hometown. So I am vested in this city. I am invested in this city. And I have not only the experience to, my shortcomings, can be overcome with respect to some of the experience we talked about earlier. That is academic. That's not a problem. But I don't think that the heart that I have for this city, the desire I have to see you all succeed and this city succeed is surpassed by anybody. So in that vein, I would like to be your city attorney. I would like your vote. And again, my vision for the office basically is what we talked about. I'd evaluate the different outside counsel contracts, try to bring some of it in to, number one, save us as taxpayers dollars, but to also efficiently provide you advice, because that means you have more access to more attorneys that you can deal with on a personal level. And again, to be here for you when you need it, when you don't need it, when you like it, when you don't like it. Again, Riviera Beach is a unique place, and I don't believe that we are a city in turmoil. I believe that, I would like to restore the public trust or assist you in restoring the public trust that's been lost in some factions of the community. And I think some of that, rightly or wrongly, is through the city attorney's office. But, that's something I believe I can help with. So I'd like to be your city attorney. I'd ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Do y'all want me to leave the questions here?
Yes, please.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for coming. Good morning. Okay, we're getting ready to go back live with candidates.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're not ready yet, but my name is Greg Durden. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to facilitate this process, okay?
Okay.
In front of you have some questions that we're going to be asking you.
Maybe I ain't got cold. I need some coffee or hot chocolate or something. Please. Or hot tea. Did you clock in yet?
Ms. Lynn, my name is Greg Durden. I'm an attorney in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, okay? And I've been here. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia initially. I've been here for about 35 years or so, right, Willie? Yeah, something like that. The first question asks you about what do you see as a role of the city attorney, and would you give us a brief overview of your qualifications to do this job?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
The role of the city attorney is to best represent the council.
Put the mic closer to you.
Closer.
Thank you.
That's better?
Better.
Okay. The role of the city attorney is to represent the council to the best of his or her ability, and to represent city departments. I am currently a 25-year senior assistant county attorney for Palm Beach County. I currently represent the departments of purchasing, which I believe you all refer to as procurement, tourist development, legislative affairs, and recently the Office of Small Business Assistance. In the past, during my tenure with the County Attorney's Office, I have been the Environmental Control Officer for the Health Department. I've represented code enforcement. I've prosecuted cases before the Nuisance Abatement Board, and a few cases before the Zoning Appeals Board. I have monitored outside counsel. Again, I've represented the county for about 10 years in economic development, dealing with business incentives to locate businesses here, including one of your businesses in the city, Barron Signs, the Scripps Research Institute. I've negotiated contracts with AT&T and Cigna. I helped to negotiate the biomedical hub located in Jupiter, and most recently, the funding and building of ballpark at the Palm Beaches. I am a public servant. Prior to working with the County Attorney's Office, I was a senior assistant attorney general here in West Palm Beach for the state of Florida, where I prosecuted criminal appeals in federal court, state court. I argued in the Florida Supreme Court a couple of times. And from there, I transitioned. After I fulfilled my 2-year commitment with the Attorney General's office, I transitioned to the county attorney's office.
Any board certifications?
No.
Would you describe your relationship with the local bar associations?
I, at one time, I can't remember the years, in the late 90s, I was vice president of the F. Malcolm Cunningham Senior Bar Association. I've been a member of the Palm Beach County Bar Association and served on the diversity committee at some point in time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Ms. Williams.
Good morning.
Please describe a situation in your legal career where you had to present data in various forms to various audiences with varying interests. How did you ensure your success, and what would you have done differently to best meet the needs of the various stakeholders?
I'm sorry, I was
Speak louder.
distracted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're telling me to speak up?
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question,
Sure.
please?
Please describe a situation in your legal career where you had to present data in various forms to various audiences with varying interests. How did you ensure your success, and what would you have done differently to best meet the needs of your various stakeholders?
I don't know that I've had to present data to various organizations or interests. However, the voters in the county most recently passed the infrastructure surtax referendum for the 1-cent sales tax. And in that capacity, I was responsible for helping to draft that language, as well as advising the commission and county staff on how to present that information to voters. There's a thing called electioneering, which you're prevented from doing. And I had to make sure that all the messages that went out from both county staff, the county commissioners, as well as on the county's website, did not violate those provisions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your microphone. Mic.
What experience do you have with labor laws, land use and construction law, environmental law, and could you tell me about some of the economic development projects that you've worked on?
Yes. I don't have experience in labor law. My land use experience has to deal with several cases that I've handled before the Zoning Appeals Board, probably back in the mid to late 90s with the county, mostly dealing with towers, cellular towers, with AT&T. Environmental law, when I first started with the county, I was the attorney for the Department of Environmental Resources Management, where I handled cases before the Environmental Appeals Board, the Groundwater and Natural Resources Protection Board, advised the department on issues dealing with artificial reefs and restoration, the Lake Worth Lagoon. As it relates to construction law, we have one attorney in the county attorney's office who practices construction law. What I have done was assist him with the waste-to-energy plant that the Solid Waste Authority just implemented as it relates to purchasing and figuring out the method of procurement that we would take to get the best use of dollars that the county or the Solid Waste Authority was going to spend. Regarding economic development, again, I was the economic development attorney for the county for about a 10-year period. I do believe that economic development and tourist development, which I practice as well, go hand in hand, because economic development drives tourism, especially in our coastal communities. I have, again, worked on some of my major projects were with the Scripps Research Institute, bringing them from La Jolla, California to Jupiter, and negotiating that contract between the state, the county, and Scripps. Also, in conjunction with that, after Scripps came here, we recruited Max Planck to help form that biomedical hub up at the Jupiter campus. Also, again, I mentioned Barron Signs, one of your local businesses that I was able to help formulate and structure a 108 loan to them to continue expanding their business here in the city. I am also familiar with economic development ad valorem tax exemptions, which the voters of Palm Beach County vote in a 10-year period to give ad valorem tax exemptions to businesses coming to Palm Beach County. One of those was the headquartering of Office Depot in Boca. And so I've worked very closely with economic development entities, including the Business Development Board and the county's Economic Development Office. And I'll just add a little more because I did bring tourism into it. I also, again, was responsible for structuring the county ordinance and figuring out how the payments were going to work for building ballpark of the Palm Beaches, which you know brought two Major League Baseball teams here for spring training. And so now we have 2 locations, 2 ballparks in Palm Beach County that deal with baseball and 4 Major League teams. I am also working on the expansion currently. After the study is done, I'll be working on the expansion of the convention center. I help to help the convention center in figuring out the logistics and the facilities for the parking garage that they most recently built. And so there are some really exciting projects going on there. And so that's basically the answer to your question.
Thank you so much.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How will you balance the cost of providing quality legal advice to the city and minimize the use of outsourcing legal services? And you should have the questions in front of you, I believe, somewhere.
Yeah, they were just kind of out of order, so I don't know exactly the order that they're in, so it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I understand that your legal office has a budget of about $700,000, and you have a total of 4 employees, the city attorney, assistant city attorney, a paralegal, and a secretary. I would be interested in looking at the possibility of expanding that office after assessing the current caseload, the current workload for the attorneys in that office, what you spend on outside counsel and the nature of those cases, getting a handle on those. Of course, an office of that size and the size of the city can't handle everything in-house. That would be impossible. So there is definitely always a need for outside counsel. And there's also a need for outside counsel as it relates to specialized areas of the law, for instance, bond counsel, construction litigation, that sort of thing. But there are usually cost-effective measures that can be put in place to bring some of that work in-house, if the council is open to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, the city attorney is required to provide legal counsel to the mayor and city council. If your legal opinion differs from the belief of council members, how would you handle that situation?
My legal opinion is what it is. It's based on the law, always, and the facts at hand that I have. I'll give you an example. In the year 2000, you all may recall there was a shooting at Lake Worth Middle School where a teacher, Barry Bruno, was killed by a student. There was a lot of media attention to it, national as well, and a lot of public outcry, and rightfully so. At that time, the Board of County Commissioners wanted to adopt a trigger lock ordinance requiring that all guns have trigger locks on them to prevent children from getting access to guns. I did my research and I reported back that that was preempted by state law, that the county could not regulate that area of the law. The county commission asked us to get an opinion from the Attorney General, which we did, and the Attorney General, Bob Butterworth, came back with an opinion that stated that we could adopt a trigger lock ordinance. And if you know, I'm sure you know, Council, that the Attorney General's opinions are persuasive, but they are not binding. It was still my opinion that that was probably a decision based on the atmosphere at the time. And I disagreed with the Attorney General's opinion. However, we were directed to draft that ordinance anyway. I drafted the ordinance, but I refused to sign it for legal sufficiency because I knew it wasn't legally sufficient. one of the attorneys in our office, the county attorney, signed it. At the time, right after that, Miami-Dade was in a lawsuit with the NRA. The NRA sued Miami-Dade for the same issue. That lawsuit was resolved in the NRA's favor, and it was ruled that counties were preempted from drafting trigger lock ordinances. So my opinion was correct, and we had to repeal that ordinance. So I stand by my legal opinion always.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm asking Councilperson Terrence Davis's question.
Okay.
Please explain the governmental and litigation experience that you have and list the organizations and the capacity you served in.
I'm not sure I understand what organizations in the capacity I served in means. Can you shed any light on that, or that's just the question?
Well, the organization or the company you work for, I believe that's what the intention was.
Okay. My litigation experience primarily is appellate litigation. Again, I started with the State Attorney General's office where I practiced criminal appeals. Everything except capital cases, death penalty cases, all manner of criminal cases, felony criminal cases. And in that capacity, I argued at the 4th District Court of Appeals probably maybe in the 2.5 period time, at least 30 times, maybe up to 50, and in the Florida Supreme Court twice. I am admitted to the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida, where in that capacity at the Attorney General's office, I also handled habeas corpus petitions. In the County Attorney's office, I became a member of their appellate litigation team as well. And I practiced in state court, federal court, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, and I'm a member of the United States Supreme Court. I did have the opportunity to handle a case in the County Attorney's office where we received in federal court, a $4.1 million jury verdict against the county that I was able to overturn at the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals without the right to a new trial, which is very significant. Other than that, the rest of my litigation experience, I did do initially when I started at the county some misdemeanor work in county court. I represented the Division of Animal Care and Control and Consumer Affairs, where I prosecuted cases dealing with ordinance violations and citations. I've also represented the county before quasi-judicial boards, the Code Enforcement Board, the Environmental Appeals Board, at the Health Department. Again, in environmental law, the Groundwater and Natural Resources Protection Board. I also prosecuted cases for quite some time before the Nuisance Abatement Board, and that was a county-wide ordinance. Most of those cases I prosecuted on behalf of the Delray Beach Police Department and the Belgrade Police Department in closing down drug houses in those two cities.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Madam Attorney. Just for the record, there are 3 attorneys that I've known personally for 20, 25 years or longer in my capacity as a bishop and pastor at Riviera Beach, and this young lady is one of the 3. I have a question. I think you've answered it, but I can just kind of modify it. The original question was, do you have any experience working with redevelopment projects? You've answered that, so I want to kind of modify that a little bit. I don't know whether I'm excuse me. I don't know whether I'm happy of you getting scripts from my home state, California, and bringing it to Florida, but that's okay. I'm sure Florida needed the most. But Scripps was one of the major businesses, projects that came to Palm Beach County, and you negotiated the arrangement, the contract.
Yes.
Tell me what's involved in that process of negotiations with something of that magnitude. Exactly what does that mean that you were involved, and to what extent?
Okay. Just for the record, Scripps has a satellite office here. They're still located in
Still
California,
okay,
right?
I'm
so
happy.
we didn't
I'm
steal
back
them
happy again.
from California. But in negotiating those contracts, um, we had some pretty strict parameters because the state had an agreement with them as well. A lot of what we were concerned with here in Palm Beach County were the number of jobs they were going to create, and we were able to allow them to phase that in over a certain period of time. And we structured that so that they could meet those job obligations, which they have. And so the payment to them was based on the number of jobs created. We also instituted and had to negotiate with them the opportunity for students in Palm Beach County schools to be able to intern at Scripps, which we have done successfully. And many of the schools in the county, during the summer, their students attend Scripps for whatever science magnet program they have and the internship program that they have there. There was also some contract issues that I wasn't involved with, which were dealing with the real estate side of it, because there was issues dealing with the land, the purchase of the land, and we have a real estate attorney in the office who does that. So primarily, it was based on, I was on the economic development, job growth incentive side of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, yes.
I have a follow-up, thank you. Prior to our individual interviews, we were counseled by our facilitator to disclose whether we had any prior relationships with any of the candidates. And I have to say, as a relative newcomer, certainly to this council, and I've only been about 20 years in this city, and unlike some of my colleagues on the council, I don't know any of the candidates. Prior to our meeting last night, we hadn't met. Do you have any prior relationships with any of the council members here on the dais? And if so, could you let us know what they are? We've heard from the mayor that you've known him for some time. Do you know any of the other council members?
I would like to, before she answers that question, I would like to disclose that I work with Ms. Nguyen on the county side. She is the attorney responsible for the Office of Small Business Assistance as of late. However, we are simply colleagues by virtue of the fact that we are employed by the Board of County Commissioners. Mr. Smith is also an individual that I am familiar with, as well as Lynn Whitfield and Iola Mosley, by virtue of business interactions and or personal interactions such as worship.
I too would like to, I thought we were all going to be given an opportunity to make a disclosure prior to asking the candidates that question. The candidates that I know, I do know Ms. Nguyen, I do know Iola Mosley, V. Lynn Whitfield, and Corey Smith. Being a resident, lifelong resident of Palm Beach County, of course, I know them. The only two that I don't know are the ones that are out that are interviewing outside of Palm Beach County.
I have a follow-up question, but since we're doing disclosures, I'll address that as well. I do not have any personal relationships with any of the candidates. I do know of Corey Smith, Don Nguyen, Ms. Vinnie Whitfield, and Ms. Iola Mosley. And my follow-up question is in regards to the outsourcing of the legal cases. You mentioned about cost-effective measures put in place to kind of minimize that. What are some examples you would say would be an effective measure to put in place to try to minimize it?
Well, the most effective measure is to monitor outside counsel. I would institute a program, or if you will, or where I would meet with outside counsel to get an update on litigation, to monitor their hours, to make sure that litigation is moving forward not only successfully, but cost efficiently. I don't know how much input your attorney's office has in that right now, or has decided to have in that, but I think that that's very important to keep a handle on the cost. The cost of litigation should not come to the council at the end when you're shocked with whatever that bill is. We should know that moving along. And we could, depending on the type of case it is, we can basically decide how much that litigation should cost. We should have a monetary from one end to the next, a dollar amount, a range that we should try to stay within for certain litigation.
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up question, it's a couple. I know you've answered it, but because I'm old and slow, I've got to take you back. And it's also a follow-up on Kashama Miller Anderson's question as well. It's always good to have an attorney that has specialties in various areas, which also help to, excuse me, cut down on farming everything out. What are those specialized areas, again, that you are experted in?
Well, under the rules of the Florida Bar, we're not allowed to say that we're experts if we're not certified in a particular area by the bar. However, I am proficient.
Okay, I
And-
strike that word, and I'll use your word. What are the areas that you are proficient in?
I am proficient in contracting. Primarily, that is my proficiency. I don't want to say expertise. From the procurement side, all manner of contracts. Again, economic development and tourist development also involve primarily contracts. That's what I do. My job as a contract attorney is to frame contracts to prevent litigation in the future and to protect you in the future as it relates to insurance, indemnification, and those whole harmless clauses. That's what my proficiency is in. Primarily contracting, representation before boards, again, the quasi-judicial boards.
Okay, thank you.
You're
And my
welcome.
last follow-through is, there was a situation that you referenced about the gun thing, and you refused to sign something based upon your knowledge that it would not be legally sufficient. Was that putting your job in jeopardy?
No, not at all. The county attorney understood. Her position was that she, as the county attorney, is primarily responsible because she reports directly to the board and she serves at the pleasure of the board for implementing the board's desires, and she wasn't going to put one of her assistants in that position.
But you stood on your principle.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Go ahead, yes.
For economic development, a lot of times there might be ordinance, rules, laws even, and some are just practices and policies and procedures that I feel in majority of the minority communities that we are tied to keep from being able to create economic growth and wealth within those communities. Saying, for an example, that we cannot request or ask this of a developer or a person coming into the community that's leaving no traces of opportunity or wealth for the businesses or residents of this community. In your economic development work, have you found where you had to advocate on behalf of the people so that they would get something out of the deal as opposed to the developer walking away with the bundle at the end of their 50-year or whatever their tenure would be in that one community?
In my role as an economic development attorney, I have not. However, I've seen where developers have offered certain amenities in exchange for the economic development opportunities that they've been given. In light of the recent Ethics Commission opinions, it's a little more difficult than it used to be. However, it still occurs. There are communities that And some of that has to happen when you plan the community. So for instance, in your zoning or when you're issuing permits, as a condition of permitting, it may be possible. And in the communities where that is possible, we need to look at how, especially in the state of Florida, because we're all, or even in Palm Beach County, under the same rules, how one community was able to do something and implement what they were able to do. There's no need to reinvent the wheel when it's already been done.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
One final
Go ahead, yes.
follow through. Thank you. You know, preachers always have 7 finals. But you seem to have a wealth of experience in working at all the different levels, the state, the county, attorney general. And I don't know whether question is prohibited, but have you had an opportunity to do any pro bono work?
That's a good question.
That is? Okay.
I have done some pro bono work. One of the things that I do for the community, and I've done for some of my church members and other members of the community, is that I am an advocate of estate planning, and I draft wills primarily for elderly people who can't afford them. And I also do pro bono work through my sorority, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and through Las Novias Society, which is an organization that I belong to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You have some time left. You want to give us a summary or add something you have not said before?
In closing, I will tell you that I have not applied for another attorney position in about 22 years. This is a position that I'm excited about. I'm excited about the economic development and the tourism opportunities for development here in the city of Riviera Beach with your going into your phase 2 of your marina plan, helping with some of your capital improvements. I know you've had some issues here with some indoor air pollution issues, and I've handled those as it relates to mold and asbestos regulation when I was the attorney for the health department. I think that you would be hard-pressed to find an attorney with my breadth of experience in this process today. I can tell you that my job, what I view my job as an assistant county attorney or an attorney to a governing body, to accomplish the needs of and the desires of the politicians. I'm not a politician. It's not my job to make policy, but it's my job to implement the will of the board. If I can find a way in the law for you to do that, then we will do that. If I cannot, and I can help you partially accomplish what you want to accomplish, then that's what I'll tell you. And if the law doesn't allow it at all, I'll tell you that, and I'll tell you the repercussions for moving forward contrary to my advice. That's the best that I can give you.
Thank you.
Anything else? We good? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much for your time.
Would you leave the questions on the table, please?
Oh, sure.
Are you freezing?
You better. You're funny. You're just funny. No, don't sit and be funny.
I'm Lindsay Green. Nice to meet you. Good morning.
Morning. Okay, we're
Questions are here. They're in order.
Okay,
They're going to be asked. And just keep the mic close to
I will do that.
we are
the facilitators.
around the
Okay, perfect. Good
Morning.
morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Help me with your name. Pronounce it.
Lindsay Green, Oyewale, but I go by Lindsay Green
Okay.
with an E at the end.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm from Georgia, you know, so we don't.
Just admit you can't pronounce it, that's all. I'm not going to even try.
My name is Greg Durden. I'm the facilitator for this event, okay? I'm a
Okay.
lawyer in Broward County. And thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
the questions that we have for you, you have them in front of you?
Yes, I do,
Yeah,
sir.
okay, yeah. The first one is, what do you see as your role as a city attorney? And give us an idea of your experience and that qualifies you for this position.
Okay.
Okay.
If I just may give a
Sure,
background.
sure.
I'm a partner with the firm of DSK Law.
The mic closer to you, please.
Let me move myself closer. I am a partner with the firm of DSK Law. Our primary office is in Orlando. We were established in 1976. In addition to having an office in Orlando, we also have offices in Tampa and in Tallahassee. We litigate throughout the state of Florida. I am a litigator by nature. My practice includes a practice of labor and employment law, civil rights, as well as government law. I have practiced in the area of government law for approximately 20 years. During that period of my representing clients in the area of government law, I have successfully negotiated union contracts with the police department as well as the fire department. So when we go back to answering the question as to my qualifications to serve in the role as city attorney comes from that 20 years of experience. What do I see as my role as city attorney? I see myself first as a counselor. And people will oftentimes focus on the term attorney, but as you're aware, a large part of our function is of that of counselor, to advise and apprise the legislative body as to what the law is, so that any decision that is made with forethought, is made with a full understanding as to both the obligations of the legislative body, as well as understanding the potential pitfalls of consequences for those actions. I think definitely my experience as a litigator, having litigated throughout the state of Florida, having litigated cases in every federal district within this state, having never lost a jury trial, having tried hundreds of cases before a judge in a non-jury trial, having had the ability to save my municipalities an inordinate amount of money by avoiding litigation where appropriate, by providing that excellent representation, all support my serving as city attorney. And I would also like to say what may distinguish me as some of the other applicants is that I not only serve or offer you a city attorney, I offer you a city firm. I offer you the ability to have attorneys in my office, for which I said I'm a partner. We have 55 associates, 110 support staff. The ability to allow the city to take advantage of that workforce in cases such as easements, planning and zoning, writing of ordinances, real estate issues, construction litigation. Since 1976, this is what we do, and we do it with excellence, we do it with preparation, and our results are outstanding.
Any certifications?
No, not certified.
Tell us about your relationship with the local bar associations.
I'm extremely active in the Orange County Bar Association. I've just been appointed to serve on the advisory board for the FAMU Law School, for which I will be responsible for helping them to maintain their ABA licensure, responsible for mentorship, teaching, training, seminars, things of that nature. And I'm also an active member of the local labor and employment board section of the bar, for which I've been a member of for close to 20 years.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
Please describe a situation in your legal career where you had to present data in various forms to various audiences with varying interests. How did you ensure your success, and what would you have done differently to best meet the needs of your various stakeholders?
The number one responsibility in the way that I approach those situations, which are frequent, especially in my representation of local government, is to be prepared. One thing that you will always see from me, I am always more prepared than my client. That is my obligation. That is my responsibility. By understanding what the issues are that I understand will arise in those cases, and again, that also comes from being a litigator and being able to know what are the legal issues that are going to arise in this matter, then I can prepare and advise you as city council before you sit at that dais. Before you come into any city council meeting, we should have already spoken about the legal issues. I should have already responded to the questions that you may have concerning the issues that are going to arise. It's been my experience that when there is that level of preparedness, that the meetings tend to flow more efficiently because questions have been answered prior to the meeting. I also find that when there is that level of preparedness, that the community has the faith and understanding that the attorney is providing real responses and answers to questions. You can respond to those questions in immediate time. You can respond to those questions in a respectful manner. And ultimately, I see my responsibility as city attorney of not only representing the city council, but assisting you in representing who is our utmost client, which are the residents of Riviera Beach. If I am prepared and able to respond to questions and that I am transparent, then I also fulfill my role as city attorney, which is to make sure that I am fulfilling my obligation to create an environment where the community wants to and feels as though they have a role and an ability to ask questions and be involved.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Your mic.
Excuse me 1 minute, mine are out of order.
While she's getting ready, excuse me, are you cold?
I am not.
Okay, you look like you were cold.
I'm always stoic in this way.
Okay, as long as you're not cold, we want you
While,
cold.
while I'm wait, if you're, Councilwoman Hubbard, as you're waiting to ask your question, there was just something else I wanted to add with regard to the first questions to my role as city attorney. Also, my role as city attorney is to make sure that I foster a conducive relationship with staff. If there are boots on the ground and staff feels as though they can call me before an issue arises, then I've done my job. The best question for any attorney is, Lindsay, I'm thinking about doing A, B, and C. What do you think? One of the worst questions for a lawyer is, I've already done A, B, and C. What do you think I should do? But it is my obligation through training, in which in all the municipalities I've represented, I do lunchtime training with staff. I do training with the department heads on issues of diversity, how to do an evaluation, what an employee handbook should look like, issues of sexual harassment, employment discrimination. If I am doing those things and fostering that type of relationship with staff, then they feel comfortable to seek my counsel to sort of put off some of these litigation matters before they arise.
What experience do you have with labor law, land use, construction, environmental law, and secondly, can you tell me about economic development projects that you've worked on?
Yes. With regard to labor laws, let me step back for a moment. My undergraduate degree is from Cornell University, Industrial Labor Relations. The concentration of that degree, and Cornell University is one of only 2 universities in the entire nation where you can major in labor relations. The concentration is on union negotiations, human resources, organizational structure. At a very young age, and probably weird to some, I had an idea that I wanted to practice in the areas of labor and employment law. Having grown up in New York City, where unions are abound, my father was a member of the Federal Post Office Union. My grandmother, a nurse, was a member of SEIU 1199. And so the idea of labor and union negotiations and management rights have been a language and vocabulary that I've had for a very long time. Since graduating from Cornell and completing my law degree, my practice was primarily in the areas of labor and employment law. I've represented clients in every facet of those areas: race discrimination, gender discrimination, civil rights, First Amendment cases. With regard to the municipalities, for the last 15 years, I've been the lead negotiator with regard to collective bargaining with the fire and police unions in a number of cities in Central Florida area. With regard to my 20 years of experience in government law, I have advised municipalities on the issues of land use as well as economic development. For the city of Sanford, I sat on their strategic board to create their 10-year plan for economic development for the city, including the development of the downtown and low-income housing for the city of Sanford. With regard to the construction laws, again, this is where it is very pertinent and important that the city obtain a city firm. In the areas where I do not practice primarily, you have 55 associates at your disposal to assist you with those. And might I add, at a rate that is severely less than currently the city is charging to outsource many of those matters. If I may, prior to coming here today, I reviewed your 2017-2018 budget. And the difference between 2017 and 2018, your legal costs increased by approximately $200,000. A lot of that had to do with the outsourcing and the rates being charged for those matters that are not held in-house through your internal legal department. By retaining a city firm, you allow yourself to take advantage of an excellent firm such as ours to assist you in those matters, including construction, environmental, land use, as well as easements.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How will you balance the cost of providing quality legal advice to the city and minimize the use of outsourcing legal services? Now, I understand you kind of touched on that just now in regards to your firm.
Yes.
So if you could add something to that, and then just tell me a little bit about the perspective of bringing the firm on versus you being an in-house attorney as an individual.
Absolutely. And I appreciate the opportunity to go into that more in depth. I have a habit of speaking ahead. So with regard to the city firm format, and first, of course, it is important to know what your goals are as the city council. But I would be here and present, boots on the ground, as the city attorney. This is not a haphazard or halfway project. This is me serving as city attorney. However, and in addition to, in the city firm format, in those areas, personal injury, in those areas of easements and those things that we talked about, construction law, you would have the opportunity to directly link into our associates. I would send those projects out simply by email, where I have to have associates appear in person. They will, and they will do so at a rate that is substantially lower. And how do I know that? Again, my job is to be prepared. So I have looked at your outhouse contracts. I looked at what's being charged when you source out your legal work. On average, $295, $250, some cases $300 an hour, which in a large part is playing a role as to why this substantial jump, $200,000 increase in your legal department budget in a year. So what I would propose is substantially less. Typically, what our office charges in these type of cases is $150 to $175 an hour. Just that substantial change alone, in comparison to some of your other outsourcing, is almost 50% less than what you're outsourcing on an hourly rate, would save a tremendous amount of money. Not only that, a lot of your legal matters would be handled in-house by me, because quite simply, I have the skill set to handle it. I am not humble in saying that I am excellent at what I do. I am prepared, I am ready, and I would not have submitted an application here had I not thought for a moment that I can do great things here, and that I see where we're going. But it's not important just to see where you're going. At some point, we got to get there. And I have the ability to help us get there. I see your ability. I see your passion. I've reviewed your council meetings and your minutes for probably the last 2 years. I know what you're great at. I know what your challenges have been. I'm ready for this.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Obviously, the city attorney is required to provide legal opinions to the mayor and city council. If your legal opinion differs from the beliefs of the council or council members or a group of council members, how would you handle that situation?
I will always be diplomatic. I will always be respectful. And I will always tell you the truth. Those three components combined together is what you get. So if my legal opinion differs from the thoughts of the council, my job is to tell you what the law is. Not what we want it to be, not what we'd hope it would be, but what it is. And again, that goes back to the concept of who am I and what is my role? My role, first and foremost, is to keep that bar number. Second of all, my role is that of counselor. My role is to tell you what the law is, because any decision that you make, if it is not fully informed, it's not really a decision. Because I have not apprised you as to what the obligations and potential consequences are of that decision. That is my job to do. And it is my job not to gauge the room and see how anyone feels about the law. You have asked a question of me. My job is to answer that question. And I would also just suggest, when we talked about accomplishments, one of my accomplishments is the ability to avoid litigation when it's not necessary. So if I have properly advised my clients, then litigation oftentimes does not occur. There are going to be some issues that we have to litigate. There's some stuff we're going to take to the mat, and that's okay, but we don't do that for unnecessary things. We don't do that if the law is not on our side, and we don't do that not having known what the law is.
Ms. Lindsay, hi, I'm asking District 5 Councilperson Terrence Davis's question. Please explain all governmental and litigation experience that you have and list the organizations and the capacity you served in.
Okay, all government and litigation experience, that's going to take some time. I will give you a summary. I won one of the biggest awards against Orange County School Board in a First Amendment case in Central Florida. I've represented people in fair labor, Fair Family Medical Leave Act cases, employment discrimination. I've successfully defended governmental entities and grievances and arbitrations. I've successfully defended governments in race discrimination cases. As to the litigation experience, as I said before, I shine in front of a jury. I'm very good in the courtroom. I'm very good in my relationships with judges. And here's the thing, you know how judges feel about you when people tell you. I saw Judge so-and-so, and he just said you did a great job. That gives me the most pride, because I know that I'm doing what I was born to do. I know that I am doing what I am excellent at, and it is quite frankly a pleasure to me, no matter what the challenges are. It is a pleasure to me to be able to serve in that capacity. And ultimately, the citizens of Riviera Beach, they deserve that. As to the organizations that I'm involved in the local bar association. I've already described the fact that I'm involved with Family Law School. One of the things that I take a lot of pride in are the young people that I've mentored, the young people that I've helped to select a career, even if it's not a legal career. But I know from whence I came. I am a kid from Harlem who made good. I am a kid from two parents, neither one of them graduated from high school, who knew enough to tell their children to be educated and do good, and from that work hard and seek grace always. And from that, that's why I'm able to be before you and able to do what it is that I do.
Thank you.
You may have answered this before, but,
My apologies again.
oh, no, that's okay. It's mine because you've covered a lot, but it'll give you an opportunity to expand and expound on it. Have you had any experience in working with any redevelopment projects?
Yes, I have,
Or
Mayor
economic
Masters.
development projects?
Yes, I have, and there's some that I haven't spoken about, so I'll
Okay.
expand on
Take this
that now that I
opportunity
have
now.
the opportunity to do that. Not only did I sit on and continue to advise the city of Sanford with regard to their 10-year strategic plan, I'm also a commissioner for the Seminole County Housing Authority, in which I've been greatly involved in redevelopment and providing low-income housing to people in Seminole County. I was appointed by the governor approximately 12 years ago and have consistently been on that board. We are currently engaged in a redevelopment project for low-income mixed-use housing. In addition to that, local municipalities simply ask me to offer or provide advice or counseling where it may be. But in the last 15 years, I've been involved in a number of strategic planning redevelopment projects. And a lot of those projects have involved the inclusion and making sure that everyone is getting a seat at the table with regard to these projects. Currently in Riviera Beach, you're facing a situation where the average person in Riviera Beach makes $23,059. That's been stagnant for approximately the last 7 years. You also have an area of great affluence. And so one of your goals, as I know, is to make sure that as the city moves forward, that everyone gets to take part in the ride. And how do we make sure that companies that are coming to the city and doing business in the city are hiring people of Riviera Beach, not merely for the low-income positions, but in positions where their incomes can rise and actually be out of that $23,059 bracket. And so those are the type of projects that I've involved in and that I'm passionate about.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. A closing statement.
Oh, I have is this follow through?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, I was waiting on others. You never lost a case, right?
I've never lost a
A
jury
jury.
trial. That is correct, sir.
How many cases would that have been?
Total, in my entire career, I've had thousands of cases. With regard to jury trials, approximately 10 to 15. With regard to non-jury trials before judges, hundreds. The trials before juries, have I had losses? Absolutely. Majority of cases in litigation do settle, so you tend to go before juries less. For someone of my years of practice to have had 10 to 15 jury trials is not normal. That's much higher than the average, and those are my successes.
Good. Also, you mentioned your firm would probably give us a rate for those things that we would have to farm out, but however, a lot of the things we probably wouldn't have to farm out because of your experience and expertise.
Absolutely.
If you're hired by the city. But the rate that you quoted, I think, was $150?
150. Typically, the rate that we charge is between $150 to $175 an hour. That is something that, should I be selected, we can absolutely negotiate, but it won't go over $175 an hour. And even on the firms, and I won't name any firms, but even on those firms that are giving you their special rate, those are $195 an hour.
Okay. But having the advantage of having a relationship and a connection with so many attorneys, as you would have, sometimes they can just pick up the phone.
Oh, absolutely.
And deal with certain things without farming out. You would have that as an option as well.
There's nothing like getting a call from a partner telling you to answer a question. So absolutely, those relationships are there. Prior to coming here today, my firm was fully aware that this was a position that I was seeking. They are on board to assist in any effort or way that we can. We've also enlisted our IT specialists, for which we have 2 IT specialists, to make sure that any of the technological needs that I need in order to do the job here are also viable and ready to go. Again, by putting my hat into this selection process, if you said to me next week that you needed me to be here, we would be ready to go because we've already put everything in place to do that.
So we wouldn't be hiring the firm, we would be hiring you
You would
as
be
a city
hiring
attorney.
me.
You would just have relationship with a firm that you've worked with in the past.
Absolutely, right. You would have that relationship.
And last but not least, would you be willing to get something in writing or some type of agreement that if we have to farm something out, it would kind of give us that low rate, that
It would tell
150?
you
Because we need more than just you saying it.
I appreciate that, Mayor Masters. You are a client after my heart.
Thank you.
Everything should be in writing.
Thank you.
So I have no issue with telling you, you as the city, exactly what that rate is, and that should any of our attorneys be used for outsourcing basis, what that rate is.
And it's quite considerably lower than a
Considerably
lot
lower.
others.
Considerably lower. And again, prior to coming here today, I reviewed your last 2 years of your minutes, your resolutions, your contracts, and so I know what's being charged.
Did you see that I was overworked and underpaid?
I shall neither confirm nor deny that question.
Okay, I think, one more, pro bono.
Yes.
Have you done any pro bono work?
Yes, I've
Can
done
you
a
state
lot.
what, a few of them, I know it's a lot, but
A
just
lot
a
of
few
domestic
major ones.
violence,
Okay.
injunctions, family law issues, the people who never pay, no. But I do a lot in the areas of family law, guardianships of children. I serve as guardian ad litem, so children who are abused and have been removed from their homes and need someone to go in court and make a recommendation as to what the placement should be. I serve in that role as well.
Good for you. Thank you.
I did have a follow-up.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Just came to me afterwards. I know that you would be continuing with the firm, but would you be moving here and working here full-time, or you will be commuting?
I'd be commuting, but yes, I'd be working here full-time. And that's where the issue of the IT specialist and having all the technology available to do what it is that I need to do would be here.
So do you anticipate not being in the building for the most of the 40 hours, or doing remote-type work?
I anticipate being in the building most of the time. That is how I build those relationships, and that is how the department heads have the ability to reach me and contact me. May there be instances where there's remote? Possibly, but my intention is boots on the ground.
Okay, and you would not be
No, I would
establishing a
not.
residence here in the city?
My apologies for speaking over you. No, it is not my intention to seek residence in the city. It's about, it's less than a 2-hour commute, and because I litigate throughout the state, in fact, I'm in this area quite frequently, it's something that, quite frankly, in my years, I'm just used to.
Okay, and, okay. Oh, so when you're utilizing your firm, would you also be utilizing other attorneys or seeking out assistance from any local attorneys or firms, or you want to do 100% through your firm?
That is-
Provided the
Right.
area covers.
That is really an issue for council to direct me on. We're available. We're available. If council wants to look at other firms, then of course I would receive that direction and we would act accordingly. But you bring up another good point. One of the goals, according to your 2017-2018 budget, in the issue of lowering cost, is to have a city manager city attorney who has the ability to oversee work that's outsourced. Let me suggest to the council members that if litigation is not what you do, you really don't have the skill set to know what type of work needs to be done in litigation. So the example, if your faucet is leaking and you don't know that's a $25 fix from Ace Hardware because plumbing is not what you do, you think it's a $150 problem. I litigate. So when I'm overseeing those cases that are being outsourced, I know how many depositions or which depositions should be taken. I know when we're being overcharged. I know when work that doesn't need to occur or should not occur is being billed unnecessarily in order to pad the bill, because this is what I do. But when your concentration is one lane, government law, then your ability to really assess those bills and discuss litigation strategy and discuss what those bills should look like, you're not acting from a position of advantage. So even in those cases where we outsource to individuals not associated with my firm, being a litigator will assist us in bringing down some of those costs.
Thank you.
What has your experience been in civil rights? You've done some civil rights work, right?
20 years. 20
Tell
years
me a
civil
little bit.
rights work, everything from First Amendment cases, cases of police brutality,
Okay.
cases of wrongful termination based upon race and gender and disability. That is my soil. That is from which I grew, and it is a practice that I enjoy, and it is a practice that I've really been able to move forward in.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That's it for me.
Anything else? No? Okay. Closing statement?
In closing, I look forward to the opportunity to serving not only you, the council, the city manager, your staff, but I also look forward to serving your community. And I look forward to garnering and fostering a relationship that is fruitful. I look forward to moving forward in your goals, your economic goals, which I've read, your diversity goals. I look forward to assisting you in that endeavor. And it is my hope that I can assist the city of Riviera Beach to get to its next level and to get to where it is going, and to provide the representation that you as a city council deserve, but the residents who sit behind me, that they deserve as well. And so thank you for the honor of even selecting me to be considered for this position. If I don't see any of you before the end of the holidays, have a blessed Merry Christmas and just a wonderful New Year.
And season greetings, right?
Absolutely.
One more question. It just came to me, and I'm done. If your workload became so tedious, for lack of a better word, here, and it became a hardship for you commuting, would you at any given time consider moving closer
Absolutely.
to the area?
The number one goal,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Thank you.
The number one goal is always the work product. And so whatever I need to do to make sure that the work product is stellar, move forward, move here, et cetera, that's what we're going to do.
Okay. I just didn't want you to shut it out, so I just want to have an option.
In life, you can never shut anything out.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been my pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your handouts?
We're breaking for lunch?
Yeah.
We're breaking for lunch, and we will
Yes,
return
please,
at 12:45.
I just left, I prepared packets
breaking
on our
for- we're
firm
breaking for
and
lunch.
information for you to peruse afterwards. Thank you.
We resume, I said.
This is not a classroom. Am I supposed to wear this thing?
Tashana is who she is, Tyler.
This was up here.
I drive Joe crazy, don't worry. It never stops.
So 12:30, really? 12:30?
I'm
So say 12:30.
I'll just do what I'm gonna do anyway.
Exactly, exactly.
Willie, how long for lunch?
She's ready to serve. So if you all,
Okay.
if you all proceed downstairs.
Absolutely. She said,
So are we saying 12:30?
You know
to
Willie.
say?
Yeah, so,
I called him Willie. I didn't know him as one. I knew him as Mr. Horton. That lets me know you know him.
I know him.
Is he a good guy to know?
He's a good guy to know.
Y'all from the same community? Live in the same area?
Well, we're in the same county.
So that it really happens.
I've known him for years, though.
12:30.
what time is the start up with the next client?
12:45.
let me ask somebody who really knows. 12:45.
Please, Mr. Horton, tell her 12:30.
12:15.
Your next applicant is at 12:45.
12:30 is the
So that clock, is that clock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Just want to know, you know,
That's
it's
correct.
been wrong for a long time one time. And that lady had to tell, why don't y'all set the clock?
Yeah, but if we say 12:45,
What time you want them back?
that means 1.
I don't know what the chair said. She said be back at 12:45 or be ready for
She
12:45?
didn't say.
Your applicant is at 12:45. You need to be ready at 12:45 for your next
If you all
candidate.
could be back at, by, not later than 12:30. No, no, you're being correct, Madam Councilman. No, ma'am,
I gotta get to the bank and cash my check.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson is correct, 12:30.
Ms. Vinnie Whitfield, we have the questions that are in front of you on the table, and you may want to pull your mic close to you so the audience can hear and it'll pick up on the camera. The questions are in order, and we have a facilitator, Mr. Gregory Durden, that's here that will start off the interviews.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The questions are before you, and they'll be in that order.
Okay.
And after you had a chance to answer the questions, there'll be a chance for follow-up questions for you. At the very end, you have a chance to summarize and add anything you want to add to
Okay.
your presentation, okay?
Thank you.
I'll ask the first 3 questions.
All right.
The first one is what do you see as a role of the city attorney, and what experience do you have that qualifies you for this position?
Okay, good. I was reading the rest of it, but, okay. The role I see as a city attorney is the city attorney is an internal service department to any municipality. They are there to serve the council persons and council as a whole, and also to serve the departments. They're there to give legal advice to those entities, and to make sure that the legal advice that they give is something that is defensible, supported by the law, as we know it, made by the courts, and that if the council takes their advice and someone is challenging them, they will be able to go into court and stand on good, solid legal grounds. They are also there to help with the departments as it relates to the contracts that the city would become engaged in. I believe that it's very important to do as much preventive legal work as a city attorney as possible. And what I mean by doing preventive work is that when you're entering into contracts, you make sure that the terms of that contract are legal, defensible, and are beneficial to your clients. I've had many opportunities to be in contracts with developers, and I find that developers, of course, are always interested in making sure that it benefits their client, but I want to make sure that it benefits my client. And I'm not scared to go up against the developers' attorneys just because they're in big law firms. We all went to law school. We all had to pass the Florida bar, and I think I am just as good an attorney as any of them. They just got hired by a big firm or decided to take that route, and I didn't. I think the city attorney, although you have 5 people that you're advising on a council, you really are there for the city as a whole. And so your goal is to make sure that the advice you give is not based on who has a majority on the council, because they're not going to be the ones that, if you go into court, you're not going to be able to say, well, I made that decision because the majority wanted me to decide that way. You've got to do it based on what the law is. and what you know you can defend. What makes me qualified? I believe if you look at your candidates for city attorney, I am the only one who has actually served as an in-house city attorney for other cities in the state of Florida. In fact, I started working for the city of West Palm Beach. I went in to do their litigation because the city was tired of people just suing and getting nuisance value. They wanted to try cases. So I went in as the person who would go into court and try those cases for the city of West Palm Beach. Because you can't just try cases, I had to learn the other workings of a municipality. I was actually assigned to work with the personnel department very closely. So I learned a lot about government employment laws and representing the city as it relates to those labor and employment issues. Then I went on out in private practice, and when I was out in private practice, I am happy to say that one of my first clients as a sole practitioner back in '92 was the city of Riviera Beach. I actually served as the attorney to your civil service board for approximately 10 years, both of the police fire and the general employee civil service boards. I also represented the city of Riviera Beach in court on civil rights violations, where I represented police officers here for the city police department, and I represented the city on just regular personal injury cases, actually going to trial on a few. I also was involved with the city on some. I remember through the Civil Service Board, we had a challenge. I believe it was to the sergeant's, police sergeant's test, and we actually had to go to litigation, to a hearing on that, and I went with the late Gerald Williams. We tried that successfully for the city. So I have had that experience. I took that experience and I actually went on contract as the city attorney for Pahokee in 2003. Pahokee, of course, is a small town, but all municipalities have their legal issues. So I worked on contract with them. I also, after them, when I left private practice, I went in-house with the city of North Miami. I commuted. I'm still a resident of Palm Beach County. So, and live about 3 miles, less than 3 miles from City Hall here. So I did that. We have a unique situation in North Miami. It was a city that was right on the verge of either going forward or going backwards. We had a big land deal that we were involved in. I was able to work in, actually, when they thought the city was not going to be able to get their land back, it was a ground lease and they were in default. They said, oh, it's going to take years. We got it back in 2 weeks. And then we were able to do a lease agreement with a new developer for the development of that project. So I have worked there. I also went in, when I went into North Miami, they had an outside legal budget of probably about $800,000. I was able to reduce that because I think that's very important. When I go into a city and I see they have a very large outside legal budget, I look at how can you cut that. I did the same in the city of Hollandale Beach when I went there. They had over $1 million in outside legal fees. I went to my council and said, if you give me one more position, I promise to reduce that, and next year I will not spend more than $200,000 in outside legal fees. They didn't believe it. They said, we will give it to you for 1 year. If you are not successful, we're taking it away. They still have that position in Hollandale Beach because we were able to do that and to keep it. So I think that I am, by experience, definitely qualified to be the city attorney for Riviera Beach.
Any board certifications?
I am not board certified in local county government. I previously was board certified when I did criminal, primarily criminal, but once I went in-house to North Miami, I had to let that go.
Okay.
So, no.
What about your relationship with local bar associations?
I am a past director of the Palm Beach County Bar Association. I am past president of the F. Malcolm Cunningham Senior Bar Association. I am past chair or president of the Craig S. Bernard American Inns of Court. What that is, that's an organization of attorneys and judges here in Palm Beach County. They get together on a monthly basis, and each month they discuss various issues in the legal profession. They do a lot of skits too to kind of make the point, but it's an opportunity for lawyers to forge relationships with judges more so than just in the courtroom. So I've held those positions. I'm also a past president of the Virgil Hawkins Florida Chapter National Bar Association, which is an affiliate of our National Bar Association, which is the oldest and largest association of attorneys of color in the country. So I have held many leadership roles before in bar associations locally and on the state level. I've also been on the board of the National Bar Association previously.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Whitfield. Please describe a situation in your legal career where you had to present data in various forms to various audiences with varying interests. How did you ensure your success, and what would you have done differently to meet the needs of your various stakeholders?
Well, I think that happens almost every day when you're a city attorney, because you have 3 or 5 distinct personalities on a council or commission, each which have their own ideals and desires. So what you have to do is make sure that you present, as an attorney, what the law is, and give the reasons why that's your opinion, your legal opinion. It's got to be based on what the law is. But I believe that what you do is offer alternatives and options, because the law is not black and white all the time. There's a lot of gray areas. So there may be an objective, and that's what I do. I look to see what is the objective, what are we trying to accomplish here, and how can we get there. I always like to use a scenario is we all might be going to New York City, but there's many ways that we can legally get to New York City. Some people want to drive. Some people may want to fly. Some people, when they drive, may want to take one route. Some people may want to take the bus. But you present it all and let them know that these are all options available to you. And then the policy makers have to make that final decision. But the final decision that they make will be based on something that is defensible, that is legal, and it's just another option on how to get it done.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Whitfield.
Good afternoon.
Your mic. Thank you.
What experiences do you have with labor law, land use, construction, environmental law, and would you tell me about the economic development projects that you might have been a part of?
Well, I think I spoke a little bit earlier about the labor law experience that I have.
Yes.
As the city attorney, I have had occasion to become involved in investigations as it relates to city employees. I did not do negotiations because I have a belief that when you have unions and it's time for negotiation, that you really should have an outside counsel do those negotiations, especially if your council or commission are going to take very hard stance against the union, what the union wants. Because in the end, if I'm doing litigation and I need you as a witness, or you are the party that actions I'm defending, I need to have a workable relationship with you that sometimes it's interfered with if I'm also the face of the council or the commission's position in negotiating with you. But I've been involved with the arbitrations that we've had. I've made decisions involving contracts for our police union, which have gone to arbitration, and my decision has been upheld by arbitrators. I've done EEOC, so Equal Employment Opportunity investigations for alleged discrimination, comments that may have been made by an employee. We had a very long one. A couple of them, I've responded to EEOC complaints as it relates to that. As an attorney for the city, you always have the personnel department come into your department because there's a problem with employees that aren't getting along, and you've got to give them some advice on how to handle a certain situation. Terminations come up, and you've got to talk about whether or not there's going to be a severance agreement, and you've got, if there is, there's going to be a negotiation regarding those. So I have been involved in that as to labor. Land use, excuse me, my departments and my offices have worked very closely with the development departments of the two cities where I was most recently in-house. Had a lot of land use issues in both of them. We redid a rack. We did a centralized rack in Hollandale Beach, which is the regional activity centers. So we worked on that where we were changing the heights, and we had people who said they were going to challenge, and we were able to work with them to come to an agreement. So we didn't just throw out the rack, but we were able to resolve some of the height issues and put in some buffers so that it wasn't such a big impact on their development of their property. North Miami, like I said, I worked very closely in North Miami with the whole the land use and community development. We worked very closely with that. We dealt with all the planning board meetings. We were the attorney for the planning board. So we saw everything on the variances, the zoning issues, comp plan amendments, all of that we handled. Construction law, we had a project in Hollandale Beach, which was a stormwater project in one of our quadrants. And we worked with a firm, I'm not going to mention the firm's name here, the construction firm, but they were notorious for suing people. They were notorious for doing change orders. And they threatened us, you know, if you don't allow us, and they wanted like $2 million extra, and we just took a stance. No, we're not paying that because this is what the contract says. We were able to resolve that peacefully so that everybody walked away. You know, in mediation and settlements, nobody is completely happy, but the goal is to balance it. So you don't get everything you want, you don't get everything you want, but we walked away. Now, in that case, I did bring in a construction expert. We never went to litigation, but I wanted them there just to advise me to make sure the stance that I was taking on this was going to be defensible for my client in the event that we had to get into litigation. Environmental laws, not as many, but because I was the city attorney in North Miami and we had some mangrove issues because we were at Oneida State Park, and they had issues where do you take them out or do you leave them? So some environmental issues did come up on that. Economic development, we have done a lot. We did a lot of economic development in the city of Hollandale Beach. And a lot of that was through our regular development where people came in, they wanted to put in hotels and more condo hotels at that time. One of the things I'm really happy that we were able to do is, since we're no longer allowed to do eminent domain for development purposes, for private development purposes, we entered into a private-public relationship and agreement. So they put up their condo and they redid our beach and put in a 3-story spa and hotel facility that they operated, but the city got profits off of a share of the profits. So normally the economic development was done by our CRAs, because in both cities we had pretty large CRAs. So they did it. I've worked with the attorneys, with the CRA, and I'm glad to say I've always enjoyed a good working relationship with the CRAs in the areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think you touched on this a little bit, but if you want to add something to it that you may not have gone into, that would be appropriate at this time. So the question says, how will you balance the cost of providing quality legal advice to the city and minimize the use of outsourcing legal services?
Well, first, I would have to come in and see exactly what's out there in litigation and what are the areas that are really creating the litigation for the city. look at the skills of those who are already in the office. But what I have done in the past is, if I felt there was a need for an additional staff, come to the council or the commission and say, look, in order to really do this and save money, we need to have one other person on, because when you only have 2 people in the staff, it's very hard for them to handle everything, all the legal needs of the city without going out. But the other ways I have done, and I think one of the things that makes me uniquely qualified for this position, is having been in a firm myself, where I worked for Walton Landtaff, Schroeder and Carson, which was a firm that did provide insurance defense and some other matters for municipalities. I know how firms bill, and I know what they tell their people in billing. So I am very careful when I'm reviewing outside counsel. I'm quite sure you could ask some of the people, firms in Miami-Dade and Broward, who have done work for cities when I was the city attorney. I don't just accept your bill. You have to justify your bill to me. You got to tell me why it took your associate an hour to read a document that I know should only take 20 minutes. That's the kind. I've had attorneys cut their bills. I also institute a policy where if you're going to need an associate to work on the case we assign to you, you use someone from our office, not your associate. Also, I don't pay people to tell their associates what to do. So if you decide, and if I okay you having an associate working on the case, you can't just charge me for bringing that associate in for you to give them their assignment that they're going to do. Because I hired you because you were the expert. If you want to use it as a teaching moment for your associate, you do that on your time. You do that on your dime, not on the city's dime. Because it's not mine to give away. I'm there to be an overseer of that money. So that's just some of the ways I use to do that. Also, I bring a lot of stuff in-house. One of the things that's good about me is I'm a litigator. I mean, I've tried hundreds of cases. That's where I really feel very comfortable is in the courtroom. So I'm not scared to keep a case myself and to go into court myself. And because I have such a vast and a breadth of experience in all the areas being a city attorney, I feel comfortable going in on a public records case, if that's what you have. I feel comfortable going in on a personal injury case. I feel comfortable going into federal court, because I'm licensed in federal court, on a civil rights violation case. I feel comfortable going in on a contract case. Now, if it's a construction law, I might need to have somebody with me. But I feel comfortable going in on those cases, and I try to keep myself involved enough and learn enough of the areas so I know how to do a quick taking case for the eminent domain myself, where I don't have to necessarily bring someone in to handle it for the city. So I have all of that knowledge and I feel comfortable. I can go in and handle a hearing on any subject, I feel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Whitfield, and thank you for
Thank you.
applying for this position.
Thank you.
As you are obviously
It's the
aware.
first time it's been available to apply for in over 20 years, so.
The city attorney is required to provide legal counsel to the mayor and city council. If your legal opinion differs from the beliefs of one or more of council members, how would you handle that situation?
That's not a hypothetical. I mean, that's something that as a city attorney is going to happen. Not everyone is going to agree with your legal opinion. And in fact, you might even have people challenge you publicly about your legal opinion. If I give a legal opinion, I'm willing to stand by my legal opinion. It's not my decision whether you take my legal opinion or not. That's solely your decision. But I will stand by my legal opinions when I give it, because I'm going to tell you the basis for my opinion. I'm going to let everyone know why I'm giving that legal opinion, why I think that legally that's the thing to do. But like I said, I like to give you some options. Now, if it's a clear-cut can we do this legally? And the answer is clearly, no, you can't. I'm gonna say no, and this is why. In the cases, this has been before courts before, and the courts have ruled consistently. My legal opinions are not based on the people who occupy the seats on any city commission or city council. My legal opinion is based on the people who wear black robes, sit on appellate courts, and be it the District Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court of Florida or the U.S. Courts of Appeal or the U.S. Supreme Court. That's who I base my legal opinion on, not on personalities. I can't take a personality in the court and argue it when the judge asks me, what is your basis for that? I can't say, well, because Dr. Patel wanted it that way. I got to go in and say it because the case cited at such and such case says this, judge, and this is my interpretation. Now, I'm going to be very honest with you. It's my legal opinion. It's my looking at the facts and my analyzing and applying the law as I read it to those facts. Am I going to be 100% right all the time? No. That's why we have judges. That's why we have appellate courts. Every lawyer thinks their legal opinion is right when they're giving it. But some other people always disagree. But that's how I would answer that.
Ms. Whitfield, I'm asking District 5 Councilperson Terrence Davis's question.
Okay.
And his question is to please explain all governmental and litigation experience that you have and list the organizations and the capacity that you served in.
I believe in question when I started out by telling you, I started with the city of West Palm Beach. I went in there to be their litigator and became their chief litigator. So I tried, I think probably 20 cases to jury on behalf of the city of West Palm Beach while I was there. They were at a position where they did not want to settle a lot of cases. There were some cases, of course, where you just have to settle. But I'm happy to say that while I was with the city of West Palm Beach, we had only one case that we just flat out lost. But because I really didn't believe the plaintiff was as injured as she was, I had our risk manager put her under surveillance because I knew they were going to go for a claims bill because it was like $400,000 verdict. And we were able to catch her on video teaching a funk aerobics class when she was supposedly so injured she had to put ice on her neck just to stand and do someone's hair. And so the claims bill was denied. Since I've been city attorney for North Miami, we did have a case go up for a claims bill. I was not the trial attorney on that case, but we had it go up for claims bill. But no city in which I have represented has ever had a claims bill successful against them, because if we lost their trial and they went for it, we found ways to make sure that we were able to defeat the claims bill. There were other cases that we had. In North Miami, we did have a settlement. We had a swimming pool death of a young 6-year-old. And it was a very sad case, but we were able to resolve that case, fortunately, because there was some negligence on the part of our staff. And while I worked for West Palm Beach, we actually successfully tried a case involving a swimming pool death at the old Howard Pool off of Tamron down there, Howard Park. So I had a lot of litigation there. In North Miami, when you're the city attorney, you don't have as much in-court litigation trials because of the time. You know, your clients don't really want to see you gone for a week or two trying a case. So I worked and oversaw every case that came into the city, regardless of whether it was handled by outside counsel or not. Hollandale Beach would be the same thing. We reduced, though, the amount of cases, and a lot of that has to do with training, too. When I spoke to our employees at their new employee orientation, I talked to them a lot about, as a city employee, it's also your responsibility to help the city, not to just do your job. If you are working for streets, You are passing sidewalks every day. You know when that sidewalk is too high. It's your responsibility to call into the city and let the city know, hey, we got a problem here. If you see something wrong, tell it. You know, if you see a stop sign is down, don't just drive past and go and, well, I'm picking up the garbage, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. That's not really my job. Let somebody know, because that's how you prevent things. I find in most cities, the largest area of litigation that you have in most cities are going to involve your sidewalks, people tripping and falling over sidewalks, and vehicles. You have public works vehicles out there, you've got police vehicles out there, you got the fire engines out there, so you deal with a lot of those type of accidents, and a lot of those are preventable if you just pay attention to what's going on. So I've been at the city of West Palm Beach in-house, and for a very short time, I was actually the acting city attorney there when we first went to a strong mayor under Nancy Graham. I was in a contract with Pahokee for approximately 2 years as their city attorney, and then in 2006, I went in as the deputy for North Miami, and 5 months later, I was the city attorney for North Miami. I was there for approximately 5 years, and then to Hollandale Beach, where I was until November 2016.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Attorney Whitfield.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good to see you again. I do want to go on record. I perhaps have known this young lady probably 25 to 30 years, probably more so than any of the previous attorneys, and mostly it's been through the church. I think at one time she may have been an honorary member of New Macedonia. She was there so much. So I do want to put that on record. I'm sure you can see that some of our questions are probably repetitive and redundant to a certain extent, so I don't want to go down the lane of economic development because you've answered that. But I would ask you to expand on the challenges of the eminent domain, because you mentioned private and public now, which kind of gave you more leverage to do some economic development for use of the city publicly. Can you talk about your role in bringing forth litigation or either negotiation or working through the challenges of eminent domain as it relates to economic development?
Well, not necessarily as economic development as much as the city's redevelopment of its own facilities, especially. We had a situation where in Hollandale Beach, we had a very old fire station, and it was actually located behind what used to be the city hall. And that building was vacant, and it had been purchased by a eyewear manufacturing company, and they wanted to develop it, but they really wanted the whole site. But the whole site would entail the city's moving its fire department, which was very old anyway, so we were looking to do that. So what we did was we ended up selling the parcel to the eyewear manufacturing company where the fire department was located. We took back a 2-year lease from them so that the fire department could stay. And in the same time, we went and we engaged in eminent domain in order to acquire the properties where we wanted to build the new fire station. Now, we were able to do that voluntarily with 4 of the 6 parcels we needed. But the last 2 were actually in an estate. And one of the beneficiaries was in prison, and the other ones didn't care, but we had to go through the whole quick taking in order to get that property. And then we were able to actually negotiate what the value of those 2 parcels were. So we were able to, and I think there was a tax deed owner on one of them too. So it was a lot of intricacies, and that's what I meant about me acquainting myself. I did have outside counsel handling that, but I worked right alongside them. the property where the fire department was, we discovered it had a reverter to the school board. So if we ever wanted to get rid of it, so we had to then negotiate with the school board to release us from that reverter, so we could make all of those deals happen. That fire department, I understand that the fire department is now up and open, and so they did not have to pay additional lease payments over and above the 2 years, so everything was done quickly. Now, one of the things we did also in Hollandale Beach is we had 11 parks, and the city wanted to renovate all the parks, but how do you do that? So we actually got passed a $58 million general obligation bond for the city to do 7 other parks, because the other 4 we went ahead and did. One we did with the private partner, private-public partnership. The other 3 we did, 1 with CRA and 2 with the city. We did them, so it was the same theme throughout the city, but what we used there was construction management at risk contracts with the construction company, so that once they gave us their guaranteed price, when they finished the project, if they went over that guaranteed price, we didn't owe anything. If they went under, we got half of the profit. So finding, ways to do stuff that benefited the city and didn't have the city, and you build a partnership with that company then. So they want more work from the city, so they're willing to give a little more to the city too.
Thank you.
You had asked a pro bono question before.
Well, yes. Follow through time?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I did ask some of the others, but that's because of kind of some of the things they said. Have you had an opportunity to do any pro bono work in Palm Beach County in your 50 years of 25 years of, 30 years of
first of all,
legal stuff here?
let me just say this. I was a criminal defense lawyer. Half the time when you're a criminal defense lawyer, it's pro bono.
Probably why I didn't ask you that. But you wanted me to.
But not only that, I can think about, I had 2 calls today from people before I came here needing some legal advice on something that you just give. And when you're an active member too in your church, you find that a lot of people come up to you, they got legal issues and things of that nature.
Come in the parking lot too.
Yeah, right, and they ask you something. And so I think just doing pro bono, as far as, and please no one take offense, being a minority attorney and a black attorney, there's no way you don't do pro bono. It's just a way of nature that you have to do pro bono, so.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead. Yes.
I do, thank you. So what made you decide to start your own firm, leave Hallandale?
Well, actually, it was an involuntary resignation from Hollandale Beach. So sometimes when life hands you the cards, you just got to play them.
For the record, I just would like to state, I have done this earlier, but I wanted to state that Ms. Whitfield and I attend the same church, and I'm familiar with her from work through Palm Beach County and other governmental organizations.
I too did this earlier and listed Ms. Whitfield as one of the persons that are interviewing that I also know, and from just merely being here, organizations, the fact that she works for another municipality. So again, as active as I am in the county and the community, and her, we of course have known each other. So, and that's the gist of being in Palm Beach County.
You got about 10 more minutes left
Okay.
of your time. You want to give a summation or closing statement, or?
Yes, I can. Well, first, I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to tell you why I believe I am uniquely qualified to be your next city attorney. As I said, I think this position has not been made available for over 20 years since Mr. DeGraffenreich was first hired by the city many years ago. So it's a pleasure. I have always enjoyed this working for and being in the city of Riviera Beach. I think it is a total gem. I think that Riviera Beach is on the cusp of becoming a true destination city. In fact, I have some friends right now who are here from North Carolina and from the state of Ohio who come in every year in order to play golf for the weekend after Thanksgiving and are now currently staying over at the Hilton as they do every year they come. And I think that there's so many possibilities here. I have a lot of friends that are residents of the city of Riviera Beach, and I know that they're all waiting for to see the city and what it will be. Because I think it's important for us not to look back on where we've been, but look on where we're about to go. And I think that the future for Riviera Beach is great. I have been able to go into two cities that were at that same point and be a part of seeing the growth in those cities. When I went into the city of North Miami, they had a limit of 4 stories for all buildings in the city. And it is still, it's a coastal city. It doesn't have a beach, but it's right there on the intercoastal too. So there was a lot of opportunities, and that council took a bold stand that we're not going to stay stagnant. We're going to grow. And they were able to do that. And it was so much, I mean, I really enjoyed being a part of that and watching that. The city went through a rebranding. And so it really helped them. And the same with Hollandale Beach. Hollandale Beach came in, and of course, you're always going to have some council that are for development, some that are against, but they were able to find a nice medium on what they could do that was going to move the city forward and cause for development in that city. And it was so good to be a part of that, to see those new parks go up and see the children that were there and the smiling because they now felt like they had someplace safe to go and to enjoy, and to see the families coming out, the concerts that were given in the small amphitheaters, things of that nature. We also went through a rebranding while I was there too, and taglines. I mean, the city, and I did ask somebody, I don't think I got an answer on the city. The city's motto here is the best place to work, live, and play, but I don't know if you've trademarked that yet. And so I don't know if that's trademarked. And if it hasn't been, it needs to be, because you need to own that statement. And so there's things of that nature that I can see the city, and everything you use is trademarked. No one else can use that phrase but you. You put it on everything. You know, it's just so much, I think, that's here for the city, and I'd like to be a part of that. I believe that the experience that I bring is the experience of actually having served as a city attorney in 3 other municipalities, 2 of those actually in-house. I grew my legs in the government at the city of West Palm Beach, and I've been blessed enough to be able to have the opportunities to extend that knowledge and that experience. I don't leave that in North Miami. I don't leave that in Hollandale Beach. I bring all of that with me to Riviera Beach. I am fortunate enough to say I'm probably one of the attorneys that has been doing this for the long, especially female attorneys, that has been continuously working in local government for as many years as I have. People call me from other cities around the state to get my opinion on what they should look at in settling cases, how to handle employment, city employment matters, how to deal with some contracts. And I love being able to be a mentor to the other attorneys, city attorneys, and people working in city attorneys' offices around the state of Florida. And I hope you will give me serious consideration as being your next city attorney here in Riviera Beach. Thank you.
The mayor has one more question to ask you.
No, I have a couple brief questions because I missed it for a second. you were probably and this is based upon, my questions are based upon what you present. But you presented earlier that Nancy Graham was probably the first strong mayor. We don't have a strong mayor here. Maybe
Right.
one day they'll get there. But can you briefly tell me the challenge of working with a strong mayor?
Woo.
Because that was a
Well,
change of government. for
Yeah,
you.
but strong
Just-
mayor
just
named.
briefly.
Now, there's a difference in a strong mayor, and there's a difference probably in a strong mayor named Nancy Graham.
Okay, but don't go there.
Okay, but I mean, there's a difference because when you have a West Palm Beach was just going into that, and so the issue really became questions on who controlled the agenda. Who did the mayor solely control the agenda, or did the other commissioners have a right to put something on the agenda? And so that was a question they had to work through. So I think the hardest thing as a city attorney,
Yes.
the hardest thing with working with a city with a strong mayor is the mayor has the right to fire you, just one person. So if that person doesn't like you, you're gone. That's probably the biggest challenge, I think, as a city attorney.
Also, you've referenced that you had worked for the city, Riviera Beach, in different capacities. I think the civil service and
Right.
police.
In litigation.
What would you care to comment on? I know you worked here, but would you care to comment on your departure from the city? Did you leave us, or did you go to bigger things or better things?
No, I stopped doing work for the city of Riviera Beach solely because I went in-house with the city of North Miami. And as an in-house attorney for North Miami, I could not do outside work.
Okay, and that brings me to my final question. You referenced that you have worked and you are the only, as I review the resumes and bios that, from I can see, experience as a city attorney. West Palm Beach, North Miami Beach, Hollandale, and you did some for Pahokee.
Yes,
Did some
North
work.
Miami, not North Miami Beach.
Okay, and Pahokee.
Yes.
Okay, my question is, there was transitions. You worked for 4 or 5 different cities. If you care to reference, what was there a certain reason or in working for this city and that city and that city and that city, your transitions, how did that all play out? Did you just?
When I went to work for the city of Pahokee, I was working for the law firm of Walton Landtaff. And so Pahokee became a client, so I was a contract city attorney. So I went there on their council meeting nights, and if they had legal issues, they called me in and we dealt with them. I stopped being their city attorney for the same reason I stopped doing work for Riviera Beach. I went in-house with the city of North Miami, and it was just time. I really enjoy being in-house as a city attorney. It's like doing a general practice, but having just one client. And believe me, you never get bored when you are in-house counsel for any municipality. They're going to keep you interested because it's always going to be something new, something different, which is one of the reasons why I think it is very important for the city of Riviera Beach to get somebody who can come in and hit the floor running, who has the experience and does not have to take a big learning curve as to the subject matter. Maybe a learning curve as to the people and exactly what's going on, but not as to the subject matter, because even if you take the first 90 days, there's going to be stuff you got to deal with in those 90 days.
And your longest tenure with the city was West Palm Beach as the chief litigator?
Yes, and then deputy. I was also
10
deputy.
years?
That was 7.
7.
7
Okay.
years.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other? Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
We're not ready to share.
Good afternoon.
Do you mind if I come up and do a personal intro, or should I just have a seat?
Just have a seat.
Now, if you look down in front of you,
Okay, we're live.
there are a list of questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
And the questions are going to follow that order. My name is Greg Dirt. I'm a lawyer from Broward County, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask you the first 3 questions.
Okay.
And then the council members are gonna ask you the other questions. Once that's over with, there'll be a chance for them to ask follow-up questions, okay?
Yes,
And a
sir.
chance for you to give like a closing statement or summary or to add things that have been missed, okay?
Understood. Yes, sir.
We're gonna wait till the
Yeah,
rest
we'll
of the
wait, yeah.
council persons come in. We're missing 2 people.
Not a problem.
So y'all can keep on talking then.
I
We wait
do
with
have
you.
my resume. Should I give those? Should I hold on to them?
We have them. We have them, yeah.
We did pass them out. Is there something different from what you uploaded in the,
They're still live, basically.
It should not be, but I brought copies just in case.
We have this one.
Understood. Yes,
This is it.
that is it. Thank you very much. Okay, and I'm set whenever you are.
Yeah, we're waiting for some other members to come.
Buffalo, how cold is it in Buffalo
It
today?
was about 32 when I left
Okay.
on yesterday.
All right, just checking.
So you can imagine that I appreciate the 70-something here
Well, it
today.
was chill. People down here, you know, it gets to be, what, 60, and people start to get out their boots and their sweaters,
Yeah.
and, you know, I'm a New Yorker, so this to me is like springtime, but it's warming up. Today's warmer than it
Buffalo's
was.
colder than Syracuse. They used to.
Buffalo's cold. Buffalo,
I know.
Buffalo's
they
cold.
don't ever close schools in Buffalo.
I have a friend
Rarely.
that pastored Antioch Baptist Church there for years.
Really?
Are you familiar with Antioch?
I am familiar.
Okay. Reverend Butts, I think?
Reverend Butts, Reverend Pridgeon.
Yeah,
Yes.
years ago.
You know my city.
Yep. Might as well take advantage of this opportunity to announce to the viewers that December the 14th, we are sponsoring a ex-felon job fair. All ex-felons in Palm Beach County will be at the arena, and it will start at 10 a.m. Any ex-felon that you know, please tell them that this job fair sponsored by the city, X102.
Good afternoon, Councilmember.
Good afternoon. So we want you to help spread the word. Thank you.
Was your flight direct down here? Was your flight
It
direct?
was not direct. I went from Buffalo to Atlanta, Atlanta here.
Okay.
You have to be an ex-felon, which we call returning citizens, in order to.
Good afternoon to you, Councilmember.
Are you?
I am well. Thanks so much for asking.
Okay. We're ready. You ready?
Yes, sir, I am ready.
The first question is what do you see as a role of the city attorney? And what experience do you have that qualifies you for this position?
Of course. Okay, so I will take the first part of the question. What do I see the role of the city attorney being? I think primarily the role of the city attorney is to give sound legal advice. What does that mean? Sound legal advice means a decision or articulation of the law. Are you okay, sir? Okay. And a decision and articulation of the law that is well-reasoned. So, for example, right, in the infamous case of the whole stipend that I think this body was struggling with, there is one possibility of saying, sure, the stipend can not be something that is removed from your budgets and that $12,000 annually continues to come to you. Or the answer could be that absolutely, as the honorable body, that's a legislative body whose very function is to create laws. And if you have the authority to create a law, surely you have the authority to revise a law or a policy, then we could reduce that down to zero, right? So I think the job of the city attorney is to find the right answer for the problem, but more importantly, I think it's to look at the risk management connected to that issue, right? And I want to connect it to my experience at the City of Buffalo Law Department. I've been there for about 5 years now. Primarily, I sit on the real property group. I sit on the legislative group. I sit on the contracts group. I sit on the common council group. So the other day, we had an issue about a bond. And the specific issue with the bond was if the Buffalo Common Council does issue a bond, does the comptroller then have the authority to refuse to go to the bond market after the bond has, that appropriation has been issued? My answer to them was, it is the function of the legislative body to issue a bond. And it's also the final determination of that body to issue bonds and to go to the market. So if you have a comptroller that then says, don't like bond 1, maybe to bond 2, potentially no to bond 3, then in my humble opinion, the final decision then moves from the Buffalo Common Council to the comptroller's office, which seems in derogation to the Constitution, our city charter. So I raise that point to say, to your initial question, the job of the city attorney, firstly, is to give legal advice. I think the underlying responsibility of the city attorney is to gain the Common Council's trust. And I think that, again, going to the stipend issue, I think there were several concerns there. Probably the first of them is the advice that was issued in that situation, but I'd venture to say that the break and the breach of trust probably happened before then, right? Your attorney's not always going to agree with you. I think you all will agree with that statement. I don't think your attorney will always give you the answer that you want. We will look at the concerns before us and say, you can go down path 1, and if you do, here's what happens. Path 2, here's what happens, and path 3. Those are acceptable answers if the underlying relationship remains there. But they are unacceptable answers if at the end of the day, whether I go with 1, 2, or 3, I simply don't trust what you're telling me. And I simply don't believe that this is a good relationship. So I think to that question, point 1, my job would be to give legal advice. Point 2, my job would be to maintain and to grow the relationship, right? And then as to the next point, what makes me uniquely qualified for that? So I think there are a couple of things that come to mind with respect to that issue. The first thing that I believe in doing as an attorney, I believe in addressing issues before they become legal issues. I am a litigator by practice, so I am familiar with taking an issue to court on behalf of the city of Buffalo. I'm also familiar with defending the city of Buffalo from a lawsuit. But I think as a litigator, my answer is I don't want my client in that position to begin with. I want my client in the position that we spot an issue before it becomes a legal issue and appropriately address that so that either we have resolved it on the legislative or executive end, or we have settled it so that it does not become a full-on lawsuit, as in the case of the gentleman who has sued and sued Riviera Beach for a number of years and is generating probably significant legal fees. But if we cannot get past 1 or 2, and we are now in a litigation posture and there's no room for us to settle, then frankly, my job is to defend the city of Riviera Beach to the utmost and to ensure that on the trial level, on the trial level that we're successful. But if we are not, to presume and to fight for an overturning on the appellate level. So again, to your specific question, my role as a city attorney is to gain your trust. That's paramount. That's the most important, because if without that, legal advice means absolutely nothing. And to continue to earn that trust over time, right? I know that there are 5 of you on the council. My goal is to get a positive vote with at least 3 of you, but my ultimate goal in truth is to get the approval of all of you. I want the full body, and I know Councilman Davis is not here, but my goal is to get your full trust. And I think that as a city attorney, my job is to be a firm member of the executive body, to be your advocate, not just in your face, but more importantly, behind your back, and to ensure that your strategic goals are met by the right legal decisions.
Any board certifications? The next question, any board certifications?
I am not currently board certified in the state of Florida. I am licensed in Florida and I'm licensed in New York, but I'm absolutely unopposed to that. I think that the board certification is a very important process. It's one I'm willing to undertake, and if I'm not mistaken, one of your prior city attorneys is the chair of that board, and I have looked to reach out to her about the best pathway in determining that.
The next question is, describe your relationship with the local bar associations.
Okay. So I'm totally clear. When you say local bar, you mean Florida bar, or do you any bar?
Where are you from?
Okay, from my local bar. So I will tell you by way of my experience, my relationship with the local bar associations in Western New York, which is where I currently practice. Many of you know that yesterday I unfortunately wasn't with you at the welcome reception. I'm not certain if you know why I wasn't with you. I was recognized yesterday as one of the 40 under 40 in my region, and the person who nominated me actually was the former president of the Minority Bar Association, Erica Bennett. She was an amazing president to serve under. I was in the leadership council at that time. We have since formed a fantastic friendship, and she was one of my recommenders, and I was nominated for 40 under 40. I did get it the first time that I was nominated. I went on after serving under, is there a question?
No.
Okay. I went on under her after that leadership experience to become the president of the Minority Bar Association. I believe I was one of the youngest presidents of the Minority Bar Association when I served. And I've since been still very actively involved in on the minority bar level. On the Erie County bar level, I have been approached to serve as one of the directors, and I have said I would absolutely consider this opportunity if they will have me. So I have put my name in the ring. If I am so blessed and so graciously honored to be nominated for the position, I will run vigorously for it and look to serve as one of the directors of the Erie County Bar Association. The reason I'd look to do that is because the director position historically is a place that we start to move up the ranks in the Erie County Bar Association leadership. So you'd start with the district position. You'd be looking to get a promotion, hopefully, to the vice president and president-elect, and then ultimately to serve as the president of the Erie County Bar Association. One of the reasons that would be extremely important to me as a young person of color in the city of Buffalo, one is because it would be a rare experience to have someone who has served as the minority bar president and also as the Erie County bar president. Two, for me, I believe on a national level, we are having conversations about immigration, about race, about poverty in a way that we have not experienced before. And I think that those conversations play out locally, right? I had a conversation at 40 under 40 yesterday, and one of the individuals said, Rashid, with your skill set, you could be in DC. You could be doing something on the federal level or the state level. Why are you focused on city government? And my response to him was, because all politics is local. I'm sure we've all heard that statement, but here's what it means to me. Your issues that impact everything about your life, or the majority of things in your life, your child's education, a local issue, your streets, your sidewalks, a local issue, after school programs, right? One of you, I believe, has a fantastic after school program, and my understanding is you are passionate about that after school program because you realize the experience that you had in that after school program. That is also a local issue. I think that all of the issues that touch people on the state level, that touch people on the federal level, that touch people internationally, are all made possible by what they say and see and do locally. So to tying that all to your question about the local bar association, I continue to serve. I started the one of the after school programs over at East High School in the city of Buffalo. That program is a state certified paralegal program that we work in partnership with the local bar association and the Minority Bar Association. Briefly, the goal of that program is to extend the pipeline from high school to college to law school to the practice of law. I worked with another attorney in the area, and we said it is important to start the journey in college, but we're probably missing a number of students by not looking in the high schools and getting them excited about the practice of law. So we sat down with their principal. We created a curriculum for the program, which has been approved by the state of New York. My understanding, it is the only state certified paralegal program on the high school level in the entire state. And we said we're going to put with it a clinical component to it, because the reality of it, right, the question here today is about being a city attorney. In order to be a competent lawyer, in order to be a successful lawyer, I believe that students should be immersed in it as early as possible, right? Some of the students in the high-performing schools in our city, they have internships at Roswell Cancer Institute once a week, or the medical campus, or certain law firms or dental offices. And I say to people, what do you think a high school student feels like after 4 years of interning in one of those offices? They feel well prepared. They're excited. They get to college and it's not abstract. These are not what if questions. These are, remember when I did that at that firm. Remember when I worked on that paper, that project. And that's the same experience that we want people to have in our clinical program over at East High School. And we are including the Bar Association because our ultimate goal is to ensure that they don't just perform well in the high school, but they perform amazingly as attorneys. They are competent and ready to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Please describe a situation in your legal career where you've had to present data in various forms to various audiences with varying interests. How did you ensure your success, and what would you have done differently to meet the needs of your stakeholders?
Understood. Okay, great question. And I will use a recent situation. That same meeting where we talked about bond counsel and the difference between the administration and the comptroller's approach, the fifth item on that finance agenda related to BMHA public housing. And it was about a BMHA public housing audit that was done by HUD. Okay, so the audit was performed by HUD. It was eviscerating, to be very honest with you. They came back with some very bad reviews about the agency and a number of things that should be improved based on the audit in terms of how financing is used, in terms of the turnaround to address concerns of the tenants within the BMHA public housing. My role in that finance meeting was to advise the Buffalo Common Council not just on the BMHA audit-related issues, but we had about 15 members of the public that showed up that day and had real-life concerns about mold, real-life concerns about preemptive evictions, about premature evictions. We had a community member that's potentially going to run for office at that meeting, as you can imagine, going toe-to-toe with the council member that he's looking to potentially replace. We had members of the administration present. We had the comptroller's office present as well. So I think that scenario probably represents the many different factions that you've identified in this question and how you deal with those different constituencies. Right? So to the immediate question before us about the Buffalo Common Council's role in that process, because much like other legislative bodies, they don't directly run the agency, but certainly they can look at certain budgetary mechanisms to determine how agencies might be run, and that might be similar to our experience here. So my direct advice to them was, in terms of a federal audit that's performed by HUD, we want to review it ourselves, and we want to see if there are areas of improvement. And in fact, there were some areas of improvement. So to them, we want to be candid about it. We don't want to run from the issues. We want to squarely address them. So my advice for the legislative body is, one, we need more resources to be effective, and let's put those together. Let's put the money, let's put the bodies together to make that happen. And let's also strengthen our relationship with HUD, because it does not always have to be a competitive relationship or a combative relationship. It can be conciliatory and cooperative if you're proactive about it. So that is how I address the council portion of it. In terms of how I address the dichotomy between the administration and the comptroller's office, I believe that even though they were coming from two different vantage points, right? The administration issue at the moment was public safety. I'm sorry, is there a question? Okay, sorry. The comptroller's office's issue was cost-saving measures, right? So in their minds, they were coming from two different vantage points. But in my mind, I don't think that we have to sacrifice public safety for a high-quality product. I think that there is room to do both. And so my advice to them was, it appears that we're coming from a spirit of cooperation. It appears that we are all concerned about the residents of the city of Buffalo, our service delivery, the timetable in which that happens. So what I think that we can do is, instead of being combative about it, sit down and say, here are the cost-saving measures that matter in this situation. And here are the public safety issues that matter in this situation. And here's how we achieve both of them, by coming from a spirit of, let's do this together. But if our spirit is not working with you on this, you're going to get the credit. I'm up for re-election, not helping you get there. You want my seat, not going there with you, right? Those are all concerns that we honestly have to say are in play when we deal with these decisions. I'm sure as elected officials, you appreciate them more than I do. But to your first question about the city attorney, I have to think about those calculations when I give legal advice. I can't just say, here's the legal answer. I've got to say, member, you might be up this year. This might not be the right question to answer this year. Member, we had a tough re-election. Member, we had a tough executive battle. This may be a conversation for a later day. Or conversely, member, this may be the conversation we need to have right now so that we don't have to have this conversation later, right? My role in the process, as I say to my clients, what is your ideal scenario? What do you want from this? The big house, right? Let's assume this is a divorce. You want all the houses, you want all the cars. Okay, now what can you live with, right? Those are always the two questions I ask my clients. I get what you want, but what can you live with? Because frankly, as an attorney for you, sometimes I can't give you an ideal scenario. Sometimes we have to close a door, have a moment, and come out with a different realization about what we're doing and how we're doing it. But again, it goes back to that trust relationship, because if the trust is not there, we can talk as much as we want. You'll ultimately say, nope, call somebody else, because this is his advice or her advice is simply not flying with me, right? So to your question about those different factions, because we still haven't put the media in play yet, and as you all know, just like this meeting, most of these meetings are published. People sometimes like to come and ambush or surprise you at that meeting. Just when we think we have a clear agenda, there is a protest. Just when we think we have everything lined up, 15 people have showed and there's cursing and there's fighting or there's a situation to deal with, right? I raise that point not to say that there is an issue here we have to deal with immediately. I raise it for two reasons. One, I came here because I did my research on you, right? As City Council Member Botel said to me earlier, I see you've done your research. So I have looked at your videos. I have looked at some of the caseload that you have coming up. I've looked at the agendas. I've looked at the Supreme Court cases that you have ongoing, because I believe Life is about winning, and the way that you get there is to be fully prepared. But the second reason that I did that research, right, which I think is far more important to our conversation here today, and it's because I want you to know that I fully appreciate some of the difficulty that elective office may sometimes have, and that if I'm giving you my legal advice, that legal advice usually includes the layers that will protect you from some of those other concerns that you have raised. So wrapping up your question, Chairperson, with respect to that BMHA audit issue, I was sensitive to the number of factions that we had present, and to be honest with you, that issue started on the council floor and then spilled out into off the council chambers to what we call the 14th floor with media there, with a council person yelling at the advocate and at the advocate yelling back. Those are real life scenarios that I know you all can appreciate. They're scenarios that I do not want to put you in. They're scenarios that I want to be instrumental in getting you out of, but they are nonetheless realistic scenarios that will speak to these different constituencies and how important it is to be here with you and have this moment, and then maybe put on my boots, get in the car, and go to court and have a very different conversation with the judge about this very same conversation. So I think that the benefit of being a litigator and a transactional attorney is I'm going to have to do both of them. And I want your confidence in being able to handle them both on your behalf.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you talk a little about your experience?
Speak again.
Your microphone, yes, ma'am.
Mine don't work well. A little bit about your experience with labor, land use, construction, and environmental law. And then tell me about some of the economic development projects, initiatives, things that you've done in the economic development area.
Absolutely. So, Chair Pro Temp, I'm going to take your question in the order it's presented here so that I make sure I address each of those issues for you. Okay, so we'll start out with labor. As one of the city attorneys for the city of Buffalo, I do sit on the labor practice group, right? In the labor practice group for the city of Buffalo has oversight over civil service related issues. Those are, of course, going to be issues of hiring new employees, right? They will potentially also be issues of moving in a different direction with employees. But I think the area in between is they're probably a much larger group of employees that we have to figure out, are they transitioning to a new space? Have they engaged in behavior that we need to take a closer look at and either make some strategic decisions about, or are they an individual that has now reached the end of their term and we now need to figure out if we gave them their just retirement or just compensation from the city of Riviera, right? So as one of the members of the labor law group back in the jurisdiction that I work in, I think the most important quality that I have to have is confidentiality, right? As it relates to, I'm sorry?
I agree. I was just agreeing with you.
Okay. Thank you so much. If you don't have the trust, not just of this body, if you don't have the trust of the administration, department heads, and frankly staff as well, I think that we lose out as a whole, because there could be, as we said earlier, an issue that could become a legal issue that we could address early on, right? If I have your trust, Chair Pro Temp, and you can come to me and say confidentially, we've got this issue. I know it's coming. Could hit the media. Let's address this labor issue now. That's a different conversation than City Attorney McDuffie, it's in the paper now and deal with this, right? That's a very different conversation that we're having. And it's about confidentiality. It's about people feeling comfortable and confident that if I tell an attorney something that could be detrimental, that they will handle it sensitively, that they will disclose it only as necessary, but the purpose of the disclosure is not, as we would call, gossip, right? The purpose of the disclosure would be for the limited basis of resolving that issue. I will give you an example of one that I dealt with recently. I had a young gentleman who took the firefighter's exam approach me. This young gentleman was budding and eager to join the Buffalo Fire Department. Mid-20s was what you would anticipate from, physically, what you would anticipate from someone who is attempting to go on the force. Hardworking, physical agility, all of those great things. He got through the physical examination just fine. He got through the written examination just fine. Sounds good so far, I'm sure, right? But as you all know, there's more parts to the test than that. So he was called in. Yep, I hear somebody singing in the background. He was called in. Mr. Doe, come on in. We are delighted that you performed well on the written exam. We're delighted that you satisfied the physical agility requirements. Head on over to that bathroom, because now it's time for your drug test. And he did not pass that drug test. And I don't raise that issue to slight him fully. I raise that issue to talk about a larger concern, and that is nobody's perfect, right? And that's the first part of it, is here we had an amazing gentleman who, by all accounts, the community members, administration, test administrators felt was a viable candidate, ready to go, ready to join the force. Foolishly, and I will use that word deliberately, foolishly put that journey on the line to smoke marijuana. I think that was a miscalculation. And I told him I felt it was a miscalculation because to me it was a short-sighted decision by giving up a full-time journey with compensation, with retirement, with benefits, with the potential of more employability, right? Going up the ranks, setting your family up with the equity that you bring in, all to smoke a joint.
Mr. McDuffie.
Yes, sir.
These interviews are limited to 50 minutes, and you've gone through half your time now, so I just want to be mindful of that, okay?
Absolutely. My apologies. So in terms of labor, he brought that issue to me and we resolved it. And we did it in a way that was with integrity, with respect, and more important to your point, Chair Pro Tem, with the confidentiality necessary to get through that process. Because of time, I will take the other three in sort of a collective, if that's okay. Okay, so in terms of land use and construction, I do sit on the contracts group. As a member of the contracts group, I oversee what we call certificates of insurance. Is there a question? No. Okay. The certificate of insurance starts the process to create those large developments. Do they have the appropriate levels of liability insurance, umbrella insurance, auto insurance? When you're thinking about construction and development, this would be the phase before shovel ready. This would be, we're identifying where we want to go with this journey, and the role that I play legally is to ensure that the city's interest is protected once things get going and once this project gets up on the ground. Because the last thing that we want is to have a great development and to lose out as a city because we didn't properly protect ourselves. And then finally, with respect to environmental law and economic projects, not certain if you've had an opportunity to review my resume, but I did previously serve as associate counsel for the New York State Senate. In that role, I was the executive director of environmental conservation. So my practice at that time was heavily focused on water conservation issues, was heavily focused on Brownsfields, which are the credits that you can get to clean up areas, right? And Superfund, that those particular funds, essentially getting your financial resources ready for the next phase of the construction-related project.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Councilmember.
How will you balance the cost of providing quality legal advice to the city and minimize the use of outsourcing legal services?
Absolutely. To that question, very specifically, I believe that the city of Riviera Beach should have the most preeminent city attorney and staff, right? You start in-house, and if you have a competent city attorney who has competent and loyal staff to them, who are well-versed in the laws, who are well-versed in relationships in this great city and state, I think you start at home. And I think that the way that you reduce the cost of expenditures, not just in the city attorney's department, but across, is you hire well. Do I think that means that the city attorney is perfect? No, I do not. I think that you have to be strategic in how you outreach and how you outsource when necessary. But I think primarily you start in-house with somebody who is well experienced and who has had a number of practice groups, who has had a number of relationships, who's worked in different settings. You start there, and then you supplement that only when necessary with additional legal services from third parties.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
The city attorney is required to provide legal opinions to the mayor and city council, obviously. If your legal opinion differs from the beliefs of any board member, council member, how would you handle that situation?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. What I do in that scenario is what I identified earlier. I would tell this honorable body or the mayor or department head, here is the direction I believe that we should go in, and here's why. Ultimately, the decision is your final decision to make, but I want to make sure if we're going in a direction that I think might not be my best practice, is that we are fully aware of the risks that is connected to those. My job as a city attorney is not to tell you where to go. My job is potentially to tell you the best direction to get there. Right? So I tend to think of the city attorney as your GPS. You are always the driver of the vehicle. Always. You as an honorable body. But what I think the city attorney helps to do in getting there is to say, here is how I believe we most effectively and efficiently meet those goals. You're more than welcome.
Mr. Mayor.
It's my turn? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Rashad, I'm going to ask you District 5's question. Mr. Councilperson Terrence Davis could not be here this afternoon.
Yes.
Please explain all governmental and litigation experience that you have and list the organizations and the capacity that you served in.
Okay, sure. I just want to make sure I'm totally clear on the question. Governmental experience, how are you categorizing that one?
And that would be governmental, municipal experience,
Okay.
like for the city or the city of Buffalo.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so in terms of governmental experience, and I hope you don't mind, I'll put an asterisk by that and include legal roles that were connected to government as well. Okay, and I'll start on the federal level first. Okay, on the federal level, I served as the associate finance person who looked at legal issues for one of the U.S. congressmen as he ran for office down here. At the time, it was Ron Klein. So that was one of the federal roles that I played as associate counsel and deputy finance director. On the state level, I have served in the New York State Democratic committees on the legal, excuse me. Oh, sure, I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. I have served on the legal team for the New York State Democratic Committee. At the time, they were in the majority. I have also served as associate counsel to the then majority whip of the New York State Senate. On the City of Buffalo level, I started out as the legal secretary to the executive director of the Commission on Citizens' Rights. Essentially what that is their civil rights arm for the City of Buffalo. I was then promoted from there to the associate counsel for that office. I was then promoted again to assistant corporation counsel for the City of Buffalo Law Department. And this year I was promoted to associate assistant corporation counsel 2 for the City of Buffalo Law Department. So those would be the roles that I have played in with respect to governmental positioning. In terms of litigation experience, I would also include there each of those experiences, particularly the City of Buffalo Assistant Corporation Counsel work that I have done for 5 years. Again, I do serve on the litigation group. That group primarily addresses insurance-related issues, so personal injury, property damage. If we get complaints, as was asked earlier, with respect to labor-related issues, if the Buffalo Common Council is sued for a decision that it makes, which we know as in Article 78, that is a group that I also serve on. And then from 2012 to the present, I have been the founding member of my own law firm, RHM Consulting, which is a general litigation firm and has been addressing those same issues from then to the present.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Good evening, young man. How are you today?
I am very well, Mayor. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm just exhausted, so I'm going to ask you to keep your answers short with me.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm tired.
Absolutely.
Okay, just, take your time, but just realize I'm an old man. All
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right, thank you.
You're more than welcome.
I think you've answered, but just briefly, have you done any kind of litigation as it relates to economic development? I think it was asked, answered, but if you want to say something in addition to that?
I'm happy to do so, Mayor.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. So in terms of economic development for the City of Buffalo, I oversee the contracts group. I also work in partnership with what we call our strategic planning department. Our strategic planning department would be probably what we call here the economic development arm. The executive director of that particular division is responsible for rolling out the City of Buffalo's economic strategic plan, was responsible for promoting the Green Code, which I also participate in and oversee. So essentially, when a major development is rolled out in the City of Buffalo, I am one of the co-chairs of the group that gives the city's legal departments okay that it can move forward or that there are issues that should be addressed.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome, ma'am.
Any follow-up questions?
Yes. You mentioned your accomplishments and your promotions and the relationships that you have established up in Buffalo. What is drawing you to come and kind of get away from all of that trajectory that you're on to come and start anew?
I love the question. Thank you for asking that. I will be totally honest because I think your lawyer should be completely transparent with you. I love the work that I do in Buffalo. I love it. I've been there. I'm born and raised from Buffalo. It has been a beautiful experience to start out there and to now practice law in 2 of the most important states in this country. And I don't want to take that for granted. I am not leaving the City of Buffalo kicking and screaming. For those of you who have taken a look at my Facebook, I was honored at 40 Under 40, and the person who let the public know was my mayor. right? He was standing next to me saying, he's an important part of our administration. And I take him at his word, and I feel the same way. I am not looking to leave the city of Buffalo for just any opportunity, and I hope I've made that clear today. I think that this opportunity is important enough to consider, and here is why. The first reason is I think that the demographics of Riviera Beach are very similar to parts of the city of Buffalo. I think that there is enormous promise in this community, and I think there are also enormous challenges, and I want to be a part of working towards both of them. I want to be one of those 30-something attorneys that says, hey, if I can do this and do great work in my community and communities across America, all of you can do the same thing, right? And for me, why is it so special to do it in South Florida? As you see on my resume, I went to the University of Miami Law School, and South Florida is near and dear to me. I did not leave here in 2008 willingly. This economy that I'm sure you can all appreciate helped me make some strategic decisions at that time as well. But at that time, I had accepted a position with the city of Miami, which was rescinded because of the economy. So my journey took me to Albany, New York, where I worked in the New York State Senate. I do not say that to gain sympathy. I say that to say South Florida has always been near and dear to my heart. To me, it's a second home. I was here, I'm sure as Miss Irvin will tell you, she called me 2 weeks ago. Guess where I was 2 weeks ago celebrating my birthday? Down here. I was in Miami. So to your question, I think that it's an enormous opportunity. I think that it comes with the gravity of doing it right. And I think that that's important. I will be honest with you, council member. I think that that office has to regain this council's trust from what I've seen. And a big part of what I would do is spend my time earning that trust back so that we can rebuild that relationship and build a much better relationship. But I want to be honest with you and underline that I'm not just looking to do that just anywhere with just any opening. I'm only looking to continue the great work I've done in Buffalo for the right opportunity, and I think this might be it.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Follow through. I thought you was going to tell Commissioner, because Shama Miller Anderson gives you an opportunity to get back to the Sunshine State. Get away from all that cold snow up there.
That doesn't hurt either, Mayor.
I used to live in Syracuse. I don't really have a follow-through, but I do want to make a statement. And it could be a follow-through. Call it whatever you want.
Okay.
But you came the furthest, and I appreciate the fact that you did come.
Thank you.
To Riviera Beach. I appreciate the fact of the award that you got, and you could not be here, so that's my follow-through probably.
Thank you.
That you could not be here because you was getting the award for being under 40 years of age. And I'm very thankful people are seeing this all over the world because it tells them that we have some young people who are doing great things under 40.
Thank you.
Dr. King gave his I Have a Dream speech. He was only 34 years of age. People don't really remember that, but so I'm thankful for you making the visit.
Mayor, I appreciate that, and from my standpoint, I thank each of you. I will be honest in saying sometimes I'm the person up there with the council doing this process, and I appreciate how difficult this can be, giving up a Saturday when you've probably given up the last 3. Holidays just went by, more holidays coming. This isn't always easy work. I appreciate you all being here early in the morning and going until this ends, and for making time to consider my application. So thank you so much for that.
In the last, maybe we should let me do a summation now. And so if you'd like to do some summation and add something that's not been said before, just tell a closing statement. Now's the time to do it.
Okay. I'll make it brief because I know you all have had a long day.
Yes, we have.
The most important thing I hope that you get from me is this. I recognize the extraordinary responsibility of the city attorney's office, but it's only important in the context of what you do if the trust is there and if that person can be an asset, not just legally, but in many other ways. And I highlight that to say, when we have the public here with us, when we have our young people and community members here, that is what I want them to see from me. I want them to say, he's in his 30s, he's polished, he's put together, and more importantly, as in a government, we are taking things to the next level together. That's what I want people to get from our relationship. Because as you all know, these meetings they're live. And I want us to get the best representation. I think we get there by me first being as absolutely prepared as I can be. As point 2, as we had earlier asked, being completely transparent and honest with you, and as some of the other questions have highlighted, when I think we're going in a different direction, I'm your GPS. I hope you will honor and respect the GPS, but the GPS will never be as superior as the car.
I still like the GPS. I'm still lost.
Point taken, Mayor.
Mr. McDuffie, let me just say this to you.
Yes.
I'm a lot older than you, and I've had a wonderful legal career. Okay, wonderful. I mean, I've been blessed. You're on the right track. You are.
Thank you.
You're still on the right track. Stay there.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And again, you all, thank you very much for your time.
Be encouraged. Thank you.
Nice job.
Oh, yeah, the questions, yeah.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
We only got one more.
Yeah, one more.
I'm going to the fight tonight. They having a heavyweight fight. Heavyweight fight.
Afternoon.
Hello, how you doing?
What's his name?
That they're gonna ask.
Oh,
Yes, Zara.
Okay. Oh, they're in order? Oh, yeah. And you have, do I have to write them? They're just gonna ask them, just so you can read them all. Okay.
Madam Manager, do you know when this is going to be seen on Channel 18?
Probably Monday.
Okay. Look like it's, Erica, look like it's going to rain out there. It rained early.
Okay. Good afternoon. We have Miss Iola Mosley, and the questions are in front of you, and each council member will be asking a question. We have a facilitator, Mr. Greg Durden.
I know you, sir.
And he will start off with the first question.
And also, too, what's going to happen is that the questions are in order, and you'll get the questions in order, and then after it's over with, there'll be a chance for some additional questions from the council, and then you have a chance to do a closing statement, okay?
And it is a 50-minute interview.
Yeah.
50 minutes?
Yes, 50 minutes for my life.
The first question is what do you see as your role, and what do you see as a role of the city attorney? And secondly, why are you qualified to have this job?
Well, the role of the city attorney is, I guess, as the, oh, yes, I'm sorry. Oh, we have these kind of mics. The city attorney is basically the advisor and counselor to the commission. I think I can probably analogize it to if this was Google, you would be the passenger who would make the decision on where you want to go. The city attorney is like Google Maps, gives you the route on how to get there, the best route and the most efficient route to get to where you want to go and to achieve what goals you have as a commission. It is not the city attorney's job to tell you what to do. It is the city attorney's job to advise you on how best to get there. Throughout my career, I have been a litigator. I have been a trial attorney. And a trial attorney, it is difficult. If you have a client as a trial attorney,
That client gets to make the decisions on how, what they want, what they want to do in the case. When I was a criminal defense attorney, you had a choice. Did you want to go to trial? Do you want to plead guilty? What my job was is to advise that client, and what my job would be as your city attorney is to advise you on how to get where you want to go. It doesn't require that I agree with your decision, but it does require that I give you the benefit of the best legal advice that I can render, based on research, based on common sense, and based on what's been tried and true. I have experience, as I said, as a trial attorney. I have worked for various agencies, including the City of West Palm Beach, the School Board of Palm Beach County. I've been a prosecutor for the 15th Judicial Circuit, which is here in Palm Beach County. I've been a public defender for the 15th Judicial Circuit for Palm Beach County. During my tenure at the school board, I started as an associate attorney. I left as a senior associate. I covered areas of academics, and I think Corey Smith, you've met Corey Smith. He and I worked together at the school board. I advised in areas of academics. I advised on charter schools. I advised on governance, ordinances, school board rules, and the like. I did training of staff. I did training for schools. I did training for various officials within the school district. I currently work for the city of Fort Pierce. And in that capacity, I do labor and employment. I advise the planning board. I advise the historic preservation board. I advise the construction board of adjustments and appeals, the board of examiners of contracts, and the civil service board. These are qualities that you would need to have as yourself in the person that you select as your city attorney. You want somebody who understands how government works and can work along with government officials to achieve the best result. I think that I'm the person that can give you that.
Are there any, do you have any board certifications?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not. I've been a lawyer for 31 years, and I just never occurred to me that it was necessary for my practice. I've done pretty well without it, but I would seek board certification if, asked by this commission to do so.
Okay. And would you describe your relationship with the local bar associations?
I'm a member of the Palm Beach County Bar Association. I have been a member, I don't know if I paid my dues for the Malcolm Cunningham Bar Association or not. I'm a member of the St. Lucie County Bar Association as well as the Port St. Lucie Bar Association. The American Bar Association as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mosley.
Good afternoon.
And for the record, I am familiar with Ms. Mosley. I cannot say that we share a personal relationship, but I am familiar with Ms. Mosley in a work capacity. If you would, please describe a situation in your legal career where you had to present data in various forms to various audiences with varying interests. How did you ensure your success, and what would you have done differently to best meet the needs of your stakeholders?
That's an interesting question.
I know.
Well
it was
done.
provided.
Okay. I was giving you the credit.
Yes.
I recently presented to the Fort Pierce Leadership Academy, and my target audience were the people who had, the members of the public who had applied for and been accepted as candidates for our Leadership Academy within the city. I presented, I think the platform I used to present my data was a PowerPoint, and I felt it was very effective. I think that when you are addressing people, and you're trying to teach them something, or you're giving a presentation, if they can see it as you're talking, they're better able to remember it. And I don't know why it works that way. I guess it's part of how the human psyche works, but it is most effective. In that presentation, I probably, and I planned it out very, very carefully because I wanted them to understand from the perspective of an in-house attorney how our work impacted the city and why it was important and what their role was. I think one thing I would probably have done differently in that presentation, I used a case-specific example, and it kind of came back to haunt me later on because I had a similar case later on, and it was like the person that I was litigating the case against had seen my presentation. So, but I still won. But it was just, oh, okay, you know my style now, so all right, change styles.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ms. Mosley,
Your mic?
mine just doesn't work.
It doesn't?
There it is.
Please tell me about your experiences in labor, land use, construction, and environmental law. Also tell me about economic development projects that you might have been a part of.
Well, I can tell you about labor law. I am only tangentially involved with the attorney who was doing land use and construction. I deal with construction law from the aspect of licensing of contractors because I deal directly with the licensing requirements for contractors within my city. I also actually wrote the ordinance for our contractors for the city of Fort Pierce, Chapter 5 of our ordinances. And basically, I utilized the guidance from Florida statutes concerning the limits of our powers and the areas in which we are preempted. I utilized the ordinances of other cities. A lot of time when you are developing ordinances or writing resolutions, there's this wonderful thing called Municode. And it has the codes for every city and county in the state. And a lot of times you can, just go on to Municode and you can look and see what are the best parts from different ordinances. So, my construction law, land use, it basically comes from constructing ordinances. I don't have that practical experience. My labor and employment, that is one of the areas that I work, where I work in the city. I have negotiated and supported our HR department in the negotiations of contracts for the Police Benevolent Association and for the International Union of Police Affiliates, that's IUPA, and also for Teamsters. Those are our three unions within the city of Fort Pierce. I also have experience in handling arbitrations on behalf of the city, and also in supporting our city HR department in hiring and firing and dealing with issues that arise under the ADA and under Title VII from an HR perspective. So that's my experience with labor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. How will you balance the cost of providing quality legal advice to the city and minimize the use of outsourcing legal services?
Well, there are areas of law that I am not an expert in, that I have no expertise in. There are two ways to handle that situation. One is to build on the current staff and to hire associates that have that expertise. The other is to hire outside counsel and to outsource. My preference and how I have seen it work best is to have, and in accordance with your budget, I think you have $700,000 that is the legal department budget. You have substantially more in costs to outside counsel. Bringing some of that representation, for example, arbitrations, bringing arbitrations in-house will save you the expense of paying somebody $300, $200, $150, $175 an hour in order to represent you in that area. Bringing an in-house construction and real estate attorney would save you hundreds of thousands of dollars. And there are going to be matters that are going to require outside counsel. There will be. And anybody who tells you there won't be is not telling you the truth, because there will be areas. There are specifics about maritime law. You have a port. There are specifics relating to maritime law that I am not an expert in, and I would not trust your safety as a counsel to anybody who did not have the experience necessary to litigate a case. So it would be incumbent upon the city attorney to evaluate the cases and determine exactly the level of expertise that is needed in the case. And if it's complex, outsource it. If it is not complex, you know, there should be, or specialized, I don't want to say complex, but specialized, there should be an attorney on staff that can litigate those matters. I think most matters involving real estate, procurement, protests, bids, our request for bids, those areas should be handled in-house, as should your labor and employment. That should be handled in-house. Your labor negotiations should be handled in-house. Maritime law, very highly specialized, and very few attorneys know those areas. Eminent domain is another area that is ripe for litigation that requires a certain level of expertise. I don't have it. If selected, I would seek to employ someone who has that experience, and if it was a matter that was too complex, then and only then would we advise the council that a matter needs to be outsourced.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The city attorney is required to provide legal opinions, obviously, to the mayor and city council. If your legal opinions differ from the beliefs of, say, a council person or a couple of council people, how would you handle that situation?
Well, my legal opinion is my legal opinion. It is going to be, any opinion that I would give is going to be well researched, and I use the law of three. I think I was speaking to somebody about this last night. It's got to be something that is well researched in comparison with existing law. It has to be something that makes common sense, and it has to be the most efficient. It has to produce the most efficient outcome and the best outcome. If that advice, as you know, given and explained and prepared and documented, is not sufficient, we can agree to disagree, but my advice is I will stand by the advice that I give. And I would even go so far as to consider, what is it that you want? Well, let's see if we can achieve that, or if we can marry whatever the differences are and come up with a good plan for the entire commission. Because you all have to work together, and you all have to produce as a commission on behalf of the people. It's my job, as I said, to show you how to get there. And if you differ from my opinion, well, let's talk about it, and let's find some way we can agree to accomplish what the commission wants.
Mrs. Mosley, I'm asking District 5 Councilperson Terrence Davis's question. He couldn't be here this afternoon. And his question is to please explain all governmental and litigation experience that you have and list the organizations and the capacity in which you served.
Oh, wow, you're asking me to go back to the 80s? Okay, let's go. I have worked in government for the majority of my career, with the exception of about 4 or 5 years where I was in private practice with Vinnie Lynn Whitfield. And we had a law firm, Whitfield and Mosley. But outside of that, I was an assistant public defender in Palm Beach County in the 15th Judicial Circuit. I did appeals. I did county court misdemeanor cases. I did felony cases. I did first-degree murder defense. I was capital crime qualified. In the city of, and I ended up at the end of my tenure in the public defender's office as the recruitment and training director. Following that, I worked with Lynn Whitfield, and I worked in the city of West Palm Beach. I was an assistant city attorney. Following that, I took time off to be a full-time mommy for just a time because my family needed me. Following that, I worked for the state of Florida. I was an assistant state attorney, and I went from there to the school district where I was an assistant district counsel. I worked in the areas of academics. I did litigation involving special education and special needs. I advised the staff, the principals, the area superintendents, and the board on matters of special education arising under Section 504 of the ADA and under IDEA, which is the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. I also trained school district personnel. I also wrote board policies during that time and did training on new laws that came out for school districts and district personnel. Following that, I am now employed with the city of Fort Pierce, where I do HR, labor litigation. I handle various boards. I do civil service and employment litigation and contracts. I think that my litigation experience, and I didn't talk about it when I said I was a public defender and a state attorney, but every single day, for half of my career, every single day, I was in court. I addressed the judges. I had jury trials. I have had so many jury trials I can't even count. And no, I didn't win all of them. All of them were not winnable, but I gave my clients the best representation they could have. I had a client once as a public defender, and I left the office. The client got into trouble again and was assigned a public defender, and the attorney came, called me up and said, "Hey, listen, I was talking to my client, and he said he wants a real attorney." And he mentioned you, and I said, well, what did he say? Well, I want an attorney that's going to go in there and fight for me, and I want, like, Miss Mosley. Call Miss Mosley. She was my public defender. She was better than any lawyer. And, he went on and on and on. I'm tooting my horn now, so this should, this is a good thing. But that experience of being in the courtroom every day, of litigating every day on behalf of my clients, is something that I would not trade for the world. and that was half of my career. The other half of my career, I haven't done as much litigation, arbitrations, a lot of administrative hearings, but most of our complex litigation and our jury trials are handled by the League of City Attorneys, because we have an insurance policy through the league in my current practice.
Ms. Mosley, attorney, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good to see you again. As I've done with the other people who have applied, I've known you, I just want to put on the record, I've known you probably almost 30 years.
I think so.
And I'm sure there have been a few times when you were with Public Defender's Office that had an opportunity to seek legal advice from you, for others during your tenure there. And also, let me just put on the record, you've had an opportunity, we don't go to the same church, but you've had an opportunity to attend New Macedonia many, many times in those 30 years as I was a pastor and still there. And I just need to put that on the record. I haven't probably seen you in years, but it's good to see you again.
Thank you.
You probably have answered this question, but if you want to expand a little bit, have you had any experience as it relates to any redevelopment or economic or businesses coming into the city, or anything to do with the school board that dealt with the business arenas?
I have actually, I brokered a number of contracts to where the city was selling tax receipts from properties that were brownfield properties, and that was properties. Those were properties that had one was our power plant, and we did a cleanup, and because of the brownfield cleanup, there were tax dollars that were available from the state of Florida. I've negotiated several contracts, and I think it's, at this point, I've negotiated, I think, almost $1 million in monies for my city that came from brownfield cleanup. Other than that, I really haven't done any CRA or redevelopment work.
Okay. That's it for me. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Just curious as to why you're desirous of leaving Fort Pierce to come to Riviera Beach?
Because I've lived here before. I like Fort Pierce, but it is your sister city. The demographics are the same. Every time I do something in the city, I'm like, yeah, it's like in Riviera Beach. You all have grown faster than the current city I work in, and I constantly point to Riviera Beach as, look what they're doing in Riviera Beach. They're doing this. And I've never quite grown away from Palm Beach County or from Riviera Beach. And I lived here. I lived in Turtle Cay, and I enjoy this city. And I always have. I have family here. My family roots go way back. We lived on the north end of West Palm Beach, so it was like almost Riviera. And then I had cousins and aunts and uncles in the city of Riviera Beach. And I love this city. I always have.
Follow through.
Go ahead.
How long did you work for the school district?
For 12 years, I think, or from 2004 to 2016.
Is that when you left to become a full-time mother? Or was that some other
No,
time?
no, that was way before then.
Oh, okay.
No, my
Yeah.
children are adults now.
Okay, also, I've asked some of the others, and maybe I may have missed one, but it wasn't intentional, just oversight, but let me ask you, I'm thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
In your tenure in being an attorney as a defense attorney and another state attorney and all the experience and expertise that you have gathered during your years of service, have you had an opportunity to do any pro bono work?
Yes, I do pro bono.
Can you share that with us?
I have through the Florida Bar, not the Florida Bar, the Palm Beach County Bar Association. I've also, and I worked with Lawyers for Literacy. I also provide pro bono services, and I still provide them for my church. I'm actually the legal advisor for New Bethel.
In West Palm Beach?
Yes, in West Palm Beach. That's my church.
Okay.
Over the years, I've provided pro bono through different organizations. Bless you.
I think I asked a member, someone earlier, are you a life-term member, any type of member of the Urban League or NAACP?
No. I have been a member, but not a lifetime member.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, just for you guys, lawyers who are in public life are exempt from the pro bono requirements. For people like me who are in private practice, we're required to do pro bono. This is why I am the general counsel of NCP. And I advise the Broward office, the state and the national office. And that's my pro bono work. So that's the way it works also, okay? But it's good to see somebody who doesn't have to do it, they'll do it, so. You're our last person. I'm a little concerned about that because everybody's kind of tired and stuff, but I want to make sure you have a chance to say anything that you have not said or to add anything that, you'd like to add, because you still have a lot of time left, so.
And before she does, I have a question. Yes, I do. You mentioned that there were some areas that you didn't have experience in or expertise in. You did mention that one of those areas was maritime law. Are there any other areas that I may have missed?
Yes, there are other areas. I don't have expertise in construction law, though I do work for boards and I do have experience, but I do not have expertise in that area. I do not have expertise in land use and real estate. I do not have expertise in procurement and certain aspects relating to bids and municipal procurement. So those are areas.
Okay, thank you. You did mention that you had a working relationship with Attorney Lynn Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. And the reason why I'm asking that, I want to be completely transparent with you as I've been with others, but I was told earlier, a few minutes ago, that as you were coming in or going out, that you mentioned to Attorney Whitfield that you had seen some of the video, or was that
Saw hers.
just, I just want you to state that on record.
Oh, yes, I did see.
And that's because she's your friend.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
She's my daughter's godmother.
Okay,
She is absolutely one of my best friends.
thank you. Okay.
And if I may, because it's a sunshine law situation, she's entitled to see that. So, it's not a real issue at all
Okay.
for you. And also, too, let me tell you some other thing, too.
Just want to put it on the record, that's all.
That's fine.
Because we're
Some other thing, too,
Facebook
for you. The study of law is very vast, and almost no lawyer can know it all. I mean, it's just not possible. And I'll tell you that because some of us had been forced to have more experience than other people, but you're not going to find one lawyer who'll have all the knowledge. It's not going to happen. So, okay. Do I know you?
You're from Fort Lauderdale. I'm from Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah. You look so familiar to me. Yeah.
You may have known my mom.
Okay.
And I used to work with George
Allen. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was a young
all right.
lawyer.
I said to myself,
And I didn't mention that because I wasn't a member of the bar at that time.
Yeah.
But I did neglect to mention two areas that I do that I have done trainings in, which is sunshine law, public records, as well as ethics for public officers.
Okay.
So those are areas that I am constantly busy in.
Okay, all right. It was driving me crazy. I think, I know this lady.
Sorry.
Okay, if you like to give a closing statement, or if you'd like to add some more comments, I mean, you're free to do so.
Just as a closing, you know, as I said earlier, you all are responsible for governing the city. That's your job, and that is a very serious job. You have ideas on where you want your city to go and on the things that are important to your constituents. And I understand that. That's the political side of it. And that's a very important function of what you do as commissioners. A city attorney is not empowered to tell you all what to do. City attorney is not an elected official. A city attorney is responsible to you and therefore to the citizens for advising you and, as I said, giving you that roadmap in an effort to avoid the legal landmines that plague most legal entities. And it's not, you know, it's not a perfect, it's never going to be perfect. The practice of law is not perfect. It is never going to be perfect. But I would give you the benefit of the best advice that I could give. It will be researched. It will be well researched. And it'll be based on the communication that I have with you as a commission on where you want to go. You just got to tell me what it is you want to do. I will find a way to get you there. And we may agree to disagree, but I will make certain that you are informed at all times. You will know what the law says about any issue that you need advice on and counsel on. And that's what I offer. That's what I bring. I don't bring perfection, and I would never profess to bring perfection. That's not in my lane. But I would bring you the best that I can in terms of legal advice, in terms of counsel, and in terms of relationship building, because that's one of the things that is important for a lawyer, is building relationships. Not only building relationships between you, but between the council and the departments, and making sure that departments understand clearly what they're required to do in accordance with the ordinances and the rule of law. So I thank you for your time, if that was it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Jonathan.
And thanks for giving me this opportunity. I feel really, really, really blessed. Thank you.
We still better than Fort Pierce.
Said what?
I said, we still better than Fort Pierce.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Don't tell them, they don't know.
No, I'm just joking. That's our sister city.
I hadn't seen you. I haven't met you before. I did a presentation, right? Yeah, that's right. I thought so. Yeah. Yeah. You know, Jonathan's my client. I represented Jonathan one time, so. You may want, if you have written notes in here.
I want to reflect.
Debbie, you can come and get this.
No, you don't, but it's public record though. Okay, but, yes, public record, so, yes. Something you want to, yes.
Oh, I'm keeping my notes in. We can take that? No, we can take the book. No, they say you can keep it, but it is a legal, you know, it becomes a legal.
Don't burn it.
Don't throw it in.
You get cold, don't let it fall in the ocean.
Asked him something.
He is so much happier, you know?
He told me.
He is so much happier,
Good night. So, this item will be on the agenda for Wednesday.
So we need to, do you want us to rank people? What would you like us to do in preparation for Wednesday?
I guess have your first two in mind,
Okay.
your number one and your number two.
Okay, that's easy. Thank you.
We good?
We're good.
Okay.
Thank you all
Thank you.
for spending the day with us.
Yeah, thank you. It was fun. It was fun. It was fun. It was fun.
Active if we're in charge.